Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And each and every day I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So, with that said, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. Now, Um, Alexander, hi, how are you? And I'm fixing to I'm getting ready for the 20. So, anybody that's out there and wants to participate with us, yeah, I'm 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 loading my bowl. I'm getting her ready. Um, how you doing there, Alex? Alexander? Hey, Chloe, how are you? Everybody doing all right as much as possible under the current circumstances. Chloe, you missed being first. I'm sorry. I just had this flash from yesterday or the other day, and I'm just like, uh, I didn't mean that rudely, but what you said, I think it was you. Anyway, ha ha, laugh out loud. High as a kite? Not yet, but I'm working on it. But anyway, hey Deborah, how are you? I in the last 2 days, you know, one of my jobs is some or many of you may know is as a watchman, and I watch the news and channels and stuff and weird things, odd things, And for myself, I like to keep up with, supposedly what the galactics are saying and the ET folks and this and that, because I've been following some of this for almost all my life, right? So what I found interesting that here, like within the yeah, Deborah, hope you're doing great. Absolutely. My best wishes to everybody at the end of this year and the very beginning of this new year. So, tomorrow will be a new year. How about that? So when we get done with this video, I can say, well, y'all, I'll see you next year. uh, you know, unless I do a video tomorrow night, but yes, absolutely. Cheers and blessings. Yep. So in listening to my God, I hate to say I hate I, my ET sources. There are folks who have just been spouting off stuff in 24 hours. Yep, in 24 hours. So let's take our good intentions with us now. I kind of put it in the description of this video that let's leave all of our bad thoughts, energies in this year, and take only the good things with us into the next year, because it's and I put this in the description that each and every day I continue to learn that positive energy absolutely does work, and that if enough of us are using positive energy and we carry it into this next year, like in 24 hours kind of thing, and actually less in other places on the planet. So here in Eastern, um, I got so used to saying Eastern Daylight Time, but it's Eastern Standard Time now here, if this time is standard. But let's carry our thoughts in a positive way into tomorrow and the next day and into the next year. So, but anyway, um, there's been some really odd news about UFOs and ET and stuff here at the end of the year. And like, what? And even tonight, Dark Journalist did a hour and a half kind of program, kind of sort of on that same thing. And specifically, his discussion was about, NASA revealing that they hired priests and clergymen to um, study and discuss and report on how Christians would react, or religions, because they had a Muslim and a priest and a rabbi, and so it wasn't just one religion, but they got them together and asked them to kind of forecast what folks would believe if whatever would happen with ET. If they did show up or didn't, if it was this or that, and but they put this out at the end of the year, when there's been a lot of talk here in the last 6 months about the Navy pilots and the ETs here and there, and there's been there were warships off the San Diego coast that were harassed by drones. And one of the things that the folks are asking, where did these drones come from? And were they, like man-made or somebody else? Yeah. Hi, Jody. How are you? You know, uh, after I sent that email to you, I was like, I hope he doesn't get the wrong impression and how I started that email out, the response to you about, Dante. But I was like, um, I was thinking to myself, when we discuss things and put things out there on the internet, uh, one way or the other, we're either on one side or the other. And I think we're obviously not on their side, the bad guys, right? So it's like, well, that's just interesting. But at the same time, I do think that maybe I should worry about it more, but I don't. But I don't go into a lot of details or anything about Dante or the cause or whatever. But I have done videos on the Silent 72 Plus, and and one of my videos was republished on Dante's channel a couple of years ago. So my face has been out there. Here I am. it, so they know about me. Okay, good, Jody. I kind of, not that I've ever talked to you on the phone or anything. At least I don't remember if we did. But um, the idea, though, that I was like, man, that's almost a badge of honor in a way to me. Like, what? They noticed one of my videos? I mean, or something like that is like, ooh, uh, don't know whether to be scared or be happy about it. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, so I'm glad you understand. But so there's the recent video that I will, that Dante did about what the the bad guys are talking about and what they would like to do to us um in the future, and what they're planning on, and how it's going to come out or whatever. And then there's other channels who are saying ET's going to show up after the first of the year, and that we're going to have this cosmic wave or whatever is supposed to happen this coming year. First it was in March, then it got backed up to February, and then it's like maybe even by the middle of January. So it's like, what? And so ET's supposed to land on somebody's lawn, and there's going to be a very big disclosure. Now this ain't from you know these other mainstream folk, okay? It's not the Greers and them or the Gaias or none of them folk. So, but here's the thing, and the question has been asked very bluntly: what if this stuff doesn't take place? What's going to happen next? Hey, spirited woman, how are you? Did I miss anybody? I said hi to you, Pearl, didn't I? I think so. I hope so. Anyway, Yeah, in 24 hours. I scratch my head and go, this is the end of the year, and there are these folks over here talking about cosmic openings and portals and stuff, and here's some of the, I don't want to necessarily say issues, but something that we can discuss is that the sightings and the photographs and the this and other kind of just stuff around the internet with folks taking pictures of really odd cloud formation, and it's been shown in a lot of different ways. But you have to take that leap. Hey, Teresa, how are you? And Michelle, both. Oh my goodness gracious, how are you? And some of these cloud formations and stuff, and it's been shown by some other folks. Dante's one of them. In some, and or I could say many of his videos over the years that spaceships are hidden in the clouds. And that the clouds look oddly like spaceships. Hidden by the clouds. They're just not normal cloud formations. And folks are seeing this and witnessing this all over the place. So, but here at the end of the year, the fact that it is, NASA has announced or NASA is accused or whatever of hiring, priests and so forth. Well, there's that thing about the alien at the nativity scene at the Vatican or something. There's the Pope talking about that they could baptize aliens. I mean, and there is this odd discussion in certain areas of the news that as I watch the news, I go, well, dang, there's somebody else talking about this stuff, right? There's somebody else way over here talking about this stuff. So it's an oddity to me that at the end of this year, there is this side of the oh, I missed the 20, didn't I? Here, let's all take a quick break. But there's this side over here reporting NASA in the mainstream news, and then there's folks on the other side, not necessarily on the dark web, but if you don't know they're there, then you don't hear them or you don't believe them or whatever. So, but in watching this end and watching this end, there seems to be something going on. Okay, because this group over here and the NASA group and this and that and disclosing and all this, and then there's these other folks going, well, 2022 is like a very important year. A bunch of stuff's going to happen, and there are those folks who would like 2022 to be our demise. There's even new types of viruses already in the planning stages from the bad guys. Um, but on the other side, then the other side of the group saying, yeah, but ET's going to come down and we're going to set everything straight. They're going to set the financials right. They're going to get rid of all these sleazy politicians and all this stuff. Okay. And along with that, by the way, is going to be this galactic energy that's coming through. You know what I mean? I mean, just hmm. All right. Hey, David Castle, and all y'all. This Thursday evening, actually, it's Friday morning. When you say alien and nativity, do you mean an alien was hiding behind supposedly at like a setup nativity scene? It's somebody stuck an alien in it, like a little, you know, um, I don't know, a plastic figurine. I'm just saying. Now, I didn't actually see it myself, but there are rumors out that there was an alien in the nativity scene at the Vatican. I was like, the fact that somebody even said it, I was like, holy crap. But, with all this stuff that this crazy Pope's doing, and there was a slip of the tongue a week or so ago or less, or I can't remember exactly when, but in that somebody announced that the Pope was dead. Yeah, whoa, wait, that was a mistake. What? That's an oddity. So, um, and people talking about look to the skies, and they're talking about asteroids, and we're all going to die from this or that, and listening to you know Pastor Paul and Mike Around the World, and we're all going to have to go underground because we're all going to be destroyed soon. So there are so many levels of, like, some of it's like a panic in a way. Oh my God, there's all this stuff coming. Okay, so what if the stuff that's coming? This is just a supposition. What if the stuff that's coming that these people feel is the end of their religion? Not necessarily the end of the world, but because they are all talking about, aliens are all demons. Every single one of them is a demon. They're all fallen angels. Not one of those aliens out in this huge amount of space is a good guy. None of them. And, like some other folks that talk about giants and things, that should give some people a clue. The Nephilim. Um, and that, if ET shows up, for the real guys really wanting to help us without trying to eat us or nothing, that they're absolutely not going to accept it. Okay, all right. So now I'm talking about this what if, right? Well, I already know they exist, right? So whether or not they land in my yard or I ever get to meet a true ET in this lifetime, I don't know. But I've seen too much evidence myself. So now, whether they show up and do what they say they're going to do, because they have mentioned this many times before, okay, different groups. But this year, there are certain folks that have never discussed when, are saying when is now, which is that's the strange part of this, right? Up until a month ago, or less than a month ago, everything was in the future. When? In the future. It's coming up. When? In the future. You know, um, it was in Springfield, Illinois, the alien baby. I missed that one. But see, my point is there is a lot of strange things going on, and a lot of folks are noticing these strange things that are going on. And so it's like, so now there are some folks who absolutely believe that, like on January the 3rd, which is a Monday, and us Social Security people should get a check, checks in the mail. And ooh, I think I got $55 more this year just each month to spend. Ooh, big raise. I ain't I am bitching, but I'm still glad there's a little more than last year. So I'm going to make actually just slightly over $1,100 a month, just slightly over it. Ooh, I should have been getting $1,300 a month from the day that I got it. But anyway, so ooh, I get $55 more. But anyway, so with this supposed all these changes coming up, now a lot of us feel it coming. We feel something is coming, and there are more folks. Well, wait a minute. Let me pull this back a little bit. I was going to say it seems like there are more folks who are trying to project good into this next year in 23 and some odd minutes coming away. Um, but that, there are those folks who are just absolutely 2022 is the end of the world. But here's the thing, there are those sides who say that are planning some really nasty, nefarious things against us. What they plan on killing half of us by the end of this next year. Well, they said that last year, and they said that the year before. But most of us are still here, okay? But I continue to believe, pray, hope, everything that the good guys are being able to keep this from getting any worse. I got $100 raise. Good, Deborah. Honest to goodness. 1234. I'm at 1145. You know, and it's just like, well, I say slightly. I guess 45 is closer to, but anything under 50 is like not quite there. But anyway, um, thank you for getting that out of the thing, Michelle. And I wonder, I think about this and I wonder, them folks must be getting damn desperate if they want to come and hang out in this chat. You know what I mean? I just, it's annoying, yes, but at the same time, as a YouTube whatever, it's my channel, and I do what I want to. But the fact that somebody would come here, are you serious? They must be desperate. You know what I mean? I just some people look at it as like, well, it's annoying. Yeah, it is. But can you think how desperate folks must be if they're posting in our chat room? I mean, God love them, but really, somebody put a porn. She's a zapper. But anyway, so what it's happened very recently here the last couple of weeks here towards the end of the year, along with all the weird ET stuff, right? So, but just strange occurrences like all the years I've been on. Oh my God, I can't even count. And I hit, you hit Teresa. But anyway, I love you guys. I do. So, but after going through a lot of stuff, my spirit guides kept throwing stuff at me. You just zap. I got you, Michelle. Um, but anyway, and it was like there were certain things that popped up just here within the last couple of days, and I'm like, what? These folks are like special report, end of the year, blah blah blah, coming into the new year. Yeah, I regret. I report and then they get removed. Yep. Thank you so much. I mean that. Oh, and thank you for your Christmas email, Teresa. I have been very. My sister called me tonight and asked me if I had gotten her Christmas present. And I apologized and said, Dear Lynn, I'm so sorry I have not called you. But every time, and I have picked up the phone several times to call and something had happened or something, or, and I've been trying to deal with my truck and getting it running. And so, but I said, I'm so, I feel so bad because I did not call you and thank you for my Christmas presents. She goes, well, I just want to call to make sure you got them. I said, well, that's a good thing because they sat up at the neighbors for a week on their back porch. And I described the cookie situation. But, there are times when, we should make a call. We should call someone. And so one of the things I'd spent most of the night Christmas Day, from 12 o'clock on doing readings and such and having a good time with y'all. But the next day I was out. So people was like, how was your Christmas? And I told my sister, I said, I found myself almost trying to make a lie. Oh, it was great. Me and Duggar, when basically I slept through most of the day and felt kind of I didn't, yeah, I did. I hurt. There was some pain in there that shouldn't have been there. And but I just, just had to, sneak through it. My dear neighbors stopped by and brought me some Christmas dinner they were at, and stopped by the house to make sure I had something to eat. And I was just getting ready to fix something. But, I was knocked out. But then the next day, Sunday, I mixed 450 pounds worth of cement out there in the yard and on the porch and everything. So one day was down and the next day was very up and productive. But the following day, because of 450 pounds worth of cement mixing, I was sore as hell. But by that time, and trying to get certain things accomplished, I had neglected to call my sister. And that was important to me. And so sometimes my brain just doesn't fire in the right way. And sometimes I, and I mean this positively, that y'all are on my mind. There are things that just stuff that ET's giving me stuff, and I'm like, what? So some of this information that I've just kind of sort of, I say, wrapped up tonight before I started this. It was this cornucopia of information about, we're these next 3 or 4 months coming into the next year are gonna we're kind of in the pre stages of the transition, not the ascension, but the transition into lower fourth. And there's supposed to be like a bright flash, and the whole planet's supposed to feel it at the same time. Those are the reports. And it's not like we're going to go anywhere or do anything. There's just going to be a. Now, that bright light could also blow us to smithereens. I don't know. Hey, Amanda, how are you? Good morning to you as well. Yeah, I report they get removed. About 3 hours already. Woke up and saw you were live. Yep. I know, Teresa, that you've had you know things in your life that require your daytime more than nighttime, and I just trust me, there are so many of you that I send prayers to every day, and I don't mean this to like get kudos or not, but I you are my family, and so I pray for my family, and you are my family, so. And the more of you who are here and participate, the more I can remember. But I pray for everybody who's a subscriber to my channel, to this our channel actually. But so I don't know what to think about some of this ET stuff. But I've had many solar flash dreams. Have you? Yeah, I and here's the thing. This one person was asked directly, was it going to be a solar flare or from the galactic center? And the answer was neither, but it was coming more from the galactic center kind of direction as opposed to outside or something. But anyway, good. That's what my prayer has been, very simply, Teresa, that things would improve. However they did, that they would improve. Because situations on a day to day, sometimes minute to minute, hour to hour, can be really touch and go. And so, we just do the best we can. Uh, Here, I know this sounds counterproductive, but in my brain, I'm saying next year is going to be great, even if it's the shits. What? Wait a minute, isn't that counterproductive? Well, I'm, because it might be really crappy for some people. I mean, during the 80s, I didn't have a job and things were tough and damn near starved to death. And so there have been times in my life, and it wasn't my fault. It was the period of time when jobs went and farm stuff hit. No, there was all that stuff. And so we just can't necessarily prepare for that. I mean, I can now. My house is built, sort of. I've got, enough food to keep me a little while. I've got books on, mushrooms and the herbs and, so I've got as much as I need if it really gets that bad. But there are so many folks who, regardless of their religion or their political feeling, they don't want it to go bad. Okay. I mean, even them folks that thought we was going to have a civil war and blah, 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 blah. I mean, even the Democrats are going, hang on, guys, I'm an American too, kind of thing. I don't want to go to war with you, but tensions had gotten so high, you know. So, but then some of those folks have kind of come around like, it ain't just the Democrats and it ain't just the Republicans. It's both of them. And wait a minute. So people have had a shock of their lives this last year in the political arena. And if you think Uncle Joe is driving the train, he's driving the train to insanity. I've got more sense than he does, and I wouldn't even dream of trying to, But oh my God, somebody was like, Uncle Joe's got his, and he's in control of, and he's doing this, and he's in charge of that. And I stopped and I went, wait a minute. You think he's in charge? What? Oh, hey, Uncle Joe's got all this stuff. Hey, Greg, first time. What is the channel about? All kinds of stuff. But I discuss ET, spirituality, shamanism, Native American stuff, powwows, Native American legends and customs, and we talk about herbs and spices and medicinal plants and things. We talk about a lot of stuff here. But you're welcome. Yeah, ask the folks in the chat; they'll tell you. Those are my regulars. You know, uh, yes, I am officially the shaman in training. Not necessarily for anybody else, but for me I am. But thank you, Teresa. And Greg, you're welcome to stay. Hang out, comment if you want. All we ask that you do is be respectful. That's the biggest thing. You don't have to agree with this, just be respectful. That's all. Yes, Michelle, and something that I haven't mentioned in a while. Remember, my dear friends, we are all members of the League of Like Minded Beings. Okay. And this is going to be more important. If all this stuff is true about us, these next couple of months, whether it's the first of the year or the third or the fifth, or it's even in March or April, don't care. If this stuff starts to actually happen in this next year, I'm going to be like, oh boy. Now, I want to have a discussion about the what if scenario, because we all know something is going on. The digital marketplace, the Federal Reserve, and all the issues with all that, the global market, and all of these types of things, right? And all this talk about the reset. And, you watch the news and the financials or whatever, and they're talking about, oh, the financial reset, the reset, right? So there is something um, true about that. Now, whether ET or somebody else has got anything to do with it, there's going to be some type of reset. Why? Because they're telling us to our face there's going to be a reset, right? I've listened to different analysis and so forth in the financial area, and not one of them is going, "Oh, we're going to come out of this thing without a scratch." No, it's all about the reset. It's all about the devaluation. It's all about the. You okay, Duggar? Duggar's got a growl going on. So yeah, unity, community, cosmic hugs all around. Um, and if you're having a bad day, come hang out with us. You know, I have a tendency to be a little giddy, maybe too much of the time, but um, over the years, if you look at my channel, Greg, I used to have a really sour note, but over the years, I've also shared my experiences and that, hey, even I can improve. If I can improve, if you got issues, you can improve. So that's all, quite simply. But anyway, so here's the thing in listening to some of these shows about, well, if this, okay, let me split this up. There is the 3D reset of money, okay? And then there's the ET sponsored reset of money, okay? um, and that with the reset of the money from what ET says, okay. Now I'm from Missouri. I'm from the Show Me State. I've learned over the years that there is some truth in some of these things, and but here recently there's been this change of tone. That's why I'm discussing this more right now. Because what if this really does happen? We're not going to lose our mind. Our minds are going to be expanded. And to some folks that don't have a clue about some of this stuff, like NASA, the news within the last few days, NASA hires clergy to discuss, humans' reactions to ET, right? So we have to scratch our heads like I'm doing right now and going, wait a minute, these folks have been talking about this a long time. And why is some of this news, as it's been kind of reported on the mainstream news, about ET? And, the Pope's talked about it and the this and the that. And it's like, oh, why now? I mean, why now? But on the ET side of this, they're saying there's going to be big changes in 23 hours or so, And so, do I believe it? I believe there are changes coming. I absolutely believe that. Are these energy waves and all this stuff? Are we going to see this big white flash, daytime, nighttime? Are we all going to, feel differently or whatever? I feel differently already. Why? Simply because of my attitude, number one, because I ain't dragging nothing from this year into next, except my truck isn't fixed yet. But well, maybe the new year is what I need for my truck to get fixed. But still working on it, and it is not the part that I thought it was. For those who have been keeping up, and I had a friend of mine stop by last night with a computer plugged in and ran a complete diagnostics, and I was really surprised at what came back. But anyway, but as far as me dragging anything negative into next year, I just ain't going to do it, right? So, as I did in another video, keep kindness in your heart. And the cards that I pulled the other night on, when I, on Robert's show, when I pulled those cards, and they were like just so right on the money for the end of the year and going into this next year. The squirrel card is about gathering, and it's not just about gathering food or whatever, but it's also about gathering love and energies and new ideas and new thoughts. But if your heart and your mind is clouded with bad energies, bad thoughts, bad feelings, however you want to look at it, or just useless stuff that just doesn't belong anymore, that you get rid of it so that you have room to accept new ideas and new thoughts and new prayers and new hopes. So it's like, there, whatever happens, if we keep our brains straight, we'll be able to take care of it. So now the thing about ET, all right, and there were some questions by some of these people, and I want to bring this up here because I thought they was redunculous. All right. So now this is if, right? So ET shows up, let's say February or March, and says hi to everybody, and yeah, you're just uh, maybe a fake invasion. Cat beings, yes, I believe so. But anyway, um, the idea that the universe is just empty is just silly. Okay, that's just number one. So, and whether or not you believe in this kind of alien or that kind of alien, I would refer you to the ARB, the Races book that was published years ago that the Russians used to pass out to their troops and to the KGB way back in the day. A description and a picture or something of these alien beings. And there's quite a few of them, okay? Now that came from the Russians. And you can there are folks that if you just type in alien races book and you'll somebody's got a copy. You can download it as a PDF. Okay. So, but the thing is that here's the thing. Um, some of the pictures of the beings in this old Russian book, handbook on alien races, are some of the same type of beings that have been portrayed in some of our sci-fi movies. I mean, like what? It looks just like them, what? So, the idea that it was reiterated again, which I thought was another like what? That not all reptilian looking beings are bad. I mean, one could, I grew up down here in the South where all black folk were not good to these old white cronies, right? And the KKK and stuff like that. Because I lived down here in South Georgia in kind of sort of the deep South and used to travel through Alabama and Georgia and all that back in the 60s. And let me tell you how it was back then and how it is now. We have made progress. Okay, folks. Oh, no, we've made progress. But so one could say, it's similar to looking at a black person, and every black person it's going to kill you, shoot you, rape you, whatever, right? Especially to Southerners back in the day. And now there are a lot of interracial marriages down here in the South. Have been for years. It's like nothing new, but back in the 80s it kind of sort of started. And there were a few, disgruntlements, but there's a lot of mixed marriages, couples, and so forth, and gay and straight, and so we can adapt. But here's the thing: it was reiterated that just because it looks like a lizard doesn't mean it's going to eat you. Okay, and that we have to be able to learn tolerance. And so one of the things, and we have to learn, maybe not you and me, but we as a society, we really have to learn tolerance. We can't move into the fourth dimension and not have tolerance. If you can't tolerate this person over here or whatever, and they just make you mad all the time, then that's a really low vibration. You ain't gonna be, stepping up. You're gonna stay in kindergarten class for a while till you learn to control your tantrums, kind of sort of. So, but this idea though that this is a higher self of understanding. It's not just it is part of the journey of the shaman, because in the journey of the shaman, as even when I pulled that card the other night, that all things, all things are equal in the eyes of the Creator. So these old oak trees that are growing in my backyard, the pine trees that have grown up since I've been here, the forests that I've watched and the changes in the earth, all of these things are equal in the eyes of the Creator because every living thing has an energy. It has a sentience, if you will. You argue and and play bad music and your plants ain't going to live in your house. You play nice good music and your plants will thrive. It's been proven for too many years, right? Positive energies and the correct frequencies, the 440 versus the 432, and I can vouch for that. When I don't tune all the way up to the 440 mark, some of the notes are easier to play on my guitar and they sound better. So, but yes, but it for those people who don't have a clue about any of these things that some of us have studied or have, gone at least went over and looked down the rabbit hole. We might not have dove down it, but we went over and looked and went, ooh, look, there's, stuff about vibrations. But anyway, so in this coming year, keep kindness in your heart and in your mind. And there's a lot of folks out there that are really just being very gentle about it, but they're very serious about it. Hey, Tracy B, sing All the Weed is Love. All the weed is love, love. All the weed is love. Everybody now. All the weed is love. Dan, dan, da, da, da. All the weed is love. Dan, dan, da, da, da. All the weed is love, love. All the weed is love. Everybody now. Okay, yeah, let's have one. Agreed, Teresa. But here's the thing. Over these many years, for those of you who've been with me and have hung out with Miss Pearl at all, we have. I haven't recently, but we've shown you pictures of orbs and things and the supernatural kind of stuff that is becoming more natural than it is super. You know, uh, there's one video a while back that there was an orb that went between me and the screen and everybody saw it. It was even in the replay kind of thing. So we know that these things exist because we have been shown these things, and in some ways rather dramatically. That night with the orb that went by on the screen, and there was one that come up over here, that was like crazy weird. And there have been folks that have noticed things behind me here in the house, and I wouldn't doubt it. With all the crystals and stuff that I got around me, if Isby comes on, you can ask him. He'll let you know. The house is just surrounded. I'm sitting on top of crystals. Not necessarily in my pocket, but under the chair and right behind me and all around here. You know. Oh, and just to I just it hollers at me every once in a while. This some gun's heavy. Okay, so you see my head. This crystal is as big as my head and weighs a lot more than my head, and it's a smoky quartz, and it's very heavy. Uh, I agree with you, David. We are hybrids, but there are some of us that are kind of sort of more hybrid in certain ways than others. Just maybe not necessarily you and me, but here I got to put this. Oh, so that big piece of smoky quartz sits down there on the floor, and I'm like a foot from it, and on top of it, and this is a piece that I quarried myself out of northeast Georgia, very near where the Georgia Guidestones are located. I have a friend of mine that lives up there, literally, if he's still alive, literally not too far from the Georgia Guidestones. And so, but this is black tourmaline in its natural state. And black tourmaline, and there's little pieces, over here, and you can see there's this piece here and that piece there. It's a little dark, and I don't know how the color's showing up. But and I think this is a quartz matrix. But hey, Regen, how are you? I have a small smoky quartz. Yeah, and that's not the only one. I mean, that's the one that's sitting right there. I've got, crystal there. There's, you know, two great big crystals over there. I got that meteorite, right over there. I got a bag of crystals over here. I mean, and that's just right where I can see, Um, it has been my collection over the years, um, to collect these minerals, just more because I was a rock hound. And I had crystals and stuff and that I had found that I don't think I bought them. I found it. I have this little tiny quartz crystal that I found somewhere up in North Georgia. And then later on, I found it in one of my little rock collections of my way earlier days. And I was like, where did I get this crystal from? Uh, Wait a minute. This is in a box that like goes way back to the late 70s and early 80s. It was one of the few things that didn't burn up in the house because it was in my travel trailer that was sitting behind the house that burned down. And I was like, wait a minute, this is in stuff that I had before I moved here. So I could count the times when I lived here that I would go up to the mountains and back because I every time I went, I'd bring rocks. My yard's full of rocks. Well, I brought them rocks here. They didn't grow here. And so I have brought tons of rock down here around the drive, around the house and as part of the landscape and everything. So, but anyway, uh, I'm serious. Tons of rock. Some of these rocks are like, they're huge. This thing down here weighs 20, 30 pounds just in that side of the that smoky quartz. But anyway, but I was collecting these rocks long before I understood the energetic value of these rocks and stones and things that I was collecting. So I'd been collecting for 15, 20 years before I knew that quartz crystals, I just liked them. I like the feel, and then I found out, oh, wow, they actually have properties to them. Oh, how about that? So then that led me more towards, and growing up as Cub Scout, Boy Scout, and having done a lot of camping and all the Indian tracking and things and stuff. The I don't know what the new Boy Scout books are like, but my old Boy Scout book was all about Indian trappings. There was so much Native American stuff and pioneer stuff in the original Boy Scout manual. I'm supposed to still have mine. It's supposed to be upstairs. I hope it is. But that in it, like for example, and I won't go into detail, but that time in December, them years back when coming home from town, there was that accident where that gentleman had his leg cut off, and somebody asked me, they said, "Where did you get your medical training?" And I said, I basically used what was in the Boy Scout manual that I was taught back when I was, 11, 12, 13 years old kind of thing. that information is still valuable, and valid to this day. But anyway, so, but in the scheme of things, like what's going to happen in the future, if we're scared, if there's fear in us, that fear vibrates at a different frequency. Now, we can be apprehensive because I don't know what's going to happen in the next couple of days. I mean, if these ET folks say that, by January the 5th, we're going to get hit and we're all going to do this thing and all this other kind of stuff, like, really? Now, that's going to be awesome. But then again, I have been let down so many times. I am not getting my hopes up, but I am going, my ears are perked up. Like, what? Because these certain groups have not said this in all the many years I've been following them. Everything has been future events, and oh, and so then there's the Galactic Federation, and some of this stuff is like, we're coming into this, and everybody, there's some value in some of those things. It gets kind of repetitious at times, but I think I probably get repetitious. Oh, oh, we just passed the top of the hour. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is December the 31st, the last day of 2021. It is 11:11 a.m. on the 11:11. It's 1:11 a.m. Wait a minute, 11:11. Wait, I don't have my glasses on. It's that other. It's time to take another. Light my bowl again. It's 12:11. It's 1:11 here. That's I just saw too many ones. That happens with old age, I think. But anyway, yeah, a happy day of New Year's Eve, right? Absolutely. So, um, but I think I'm already started the party. You know what I mean? Because this is New Year's Eve, right? So we could party all day long. Party like it's 1999. But to some folks that are believing that this year of 2022 is going to be our demise. But there's some folks who are have said that this year of 2022, way back in 2017, like Dante has been saying, was going to be a very important year. And his latest video, he said, and I pray that we make it to the end of the year next year. In that we hope everything goes well and another war isn't started, like, and one of them is that they're over there in the Ukraine trying to start another world war, and there are, a lot of folks who are trying their best that know this is not going to happen. We are not going to have a third world war. No, there are too many people that are like, nah, nah, nah. Oh, the 72. Well, from the something that they can harness their energy and cast sigils to command their power for certain things is not my way. Angels work with us, not for us. I agree with you. Yes. If we try to command anything except a child or a dog that may be doing something wrong, and then it is our duty to correct them. Um, as my sister was saying about one of her grandsons, she was like, "Man, they just don't. They just let him get away with anything." And he comes in when he comes to Grandma's house. She said, "I whipped him more the in that overnight stay than he'd probably been whipped in a whole year." Now, my sister doesn't take out a switch or nothing, but she's going to pop him on the butt. He's like 3.5, right? But wouldn't do, was getting into trouble and was going to hurt himself, and don't do that. Just doesn't. And she was like, "You know me, Dave. I ain't gonna. I never beat on my kids, but I let them know that no means no." And so, but she was like, "I gave that child more more pops on the butt of that for that overnight stay." And she says, "Believe you me, I won't see him probably much until the summertime." And I was like, "Oh, holy mackerel!" I love my sister. She's the one I went to Ohio with, but and who sent me the cookies that got crumbled by UPS many more than 75 angels. Oh yeah. No. Only set. I'm ready for the credits on this program. Here's the thing about the angel stuff. I got my spirit guides. I mean, I've talked about it for many, 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 many years. And angel, spirit guide, whatever you want to call it. And we all got one. Now, here's the thing. Trust in this, because the more I'm around at, because I'm 69 and a quarter, the running joke. Okay. I got mine in for today. Um, I'm sorry, it still makes me laugh. It's an internal thing. But anyway, um, oh dang, I got off on a tangent. Let's get this movie over and start a new one. Yep, roll the credits so we can start Once Upon a Time again. Yeah, and there have been people who have visited me and said, wow, I feel so comfortable in your house. I can just put my feet up. Like, yeah, okay. you There's certain pieces of furniture here. I'll get you a stool, but yeah, you can put your feet up. I don't care. So which to me is that in my rudimentary little house that still isn't finished and all this other stuff, that you can come into my little house in the swamp and feel comfortable and feel welcome, loved, or whatever. Like, that's a big compliment to me. And so, and in my humble little home, if you can come and feel comfortable, but then everything's good in the world, I guess. I've been trying. There ain't no way I can impress you. Coming to my house, now to some people, they like, man, your house, and I got all kinds of stuff in the windows and here and there, and crystals and rocks, and outside and over here, and yeah, there's a bunch. I've collected a lot of stuff in the last 40 years I've been on this place. And I can say 40 years because I bought the place in 82, and this will be the year 22. So, yep, 40 years I've been here. Are we at the 20 mark yet? Almost. Hey, Susie Q, have both spirit guides and angels. Thank you, Teresa. That's what I was talking about. You brought me back on topic. I have learned over the years that my spirit guide is quite likely my higher self. It's me up there that looking down at idiot me down here. Because many years ago, I mean, I like asked, where are my angels? Where's my, and they just threw up their hands like, if you're gonna do what you're doing right now, we give up. We give that F up. We're out of here. They told me that. We're out of here. Till you decide to clean up your act, we ain't even gonna try. It was that bad for me. But I was on drugs and this and that, and I was really in a bad place. But then I got clean. I, straightened things out. I got a job as an engineer. And so I went from under the dirt, about 4 foot under, to being an engineer at a prestigious, tier one company in the auto industry. That I was like, wow, now that's cool. So you can be at the lowest and you can choose to do something about it. It may take you a while to get it, but if you are persistent and if you are good at what you do, you work hard and persistence, But so, but but to the spirit guide, I there's just too many times where it's like it is me, that spirit guide is me, But then there are times it's like, maybe not. But I always talk about how there seems to be two of them up there. They're sitting there playing cards and they're having conversation, and I think that's my angel guide. That's my guardian angel, which I knew as a little child that I had one. And there are certain things about certain stuff that I just know that I'm protected. Now, it doesn't mean that I can't get hurt physically or emotionally or whatever, but there have been a lot of stuff in my life that has I have avoided, or things have avoided me, when they're the only thing I can say is God God must love me. They're angels or something, because that should have hurt, or that should have been in trouble, or I should have been dead. I mean, too many times in my life. So, but the higher self thing, as the spirit guide, it just more, and I don't like ponder on it, but it just sits there. And but the more it sits there over the years and allowing it to just be there. I said this a couple of videos ago. I said, years ago I used to sit down and drum and burn sage and talk to the crystals and do all this quote fancy stuff to try to talk to spirit, right? And now I don't have to do any of that. It's just there, you know. And now there are some times when it's more clear than others. And there are some days, hey, Susie, are you going to bed? I want to leave this chat, but I have to. Yeah, we love you, Teresa. Thanks for coming out and hanging out with us. We know you got to get up. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy New Year if I don't get to see you sooner or whatever. To all of y'all who come and visit and then have to leave. But dream of good things. And, as have been saying here for the last several weeks now, you know, have a good year. Keep it simple. Four simple words. Have a good year. Positive energy, keep kindness in your heart, melody. So, Amanda, I got hit by a car and nothing. Oh, man. Travis. So sleep well, Teresa. We'll see you soon. Be safe, okay? But as we travel into in a couple of hours, quote, into the new year, ain't somebody somewhere have already in the new year on the other side of the planet by now? But anyway, I digress. But I find it important. The more I'm hanging around, at 69 and a quarter. I'm sorry. Personal joke, I know. Does anybody else laugh when I I don't know. Uh, but I do. It's one of my silly little, you know. But this thing about the aliens and stuff. Okay, we know they're out there. We know this stuff, but okay, but now let's be serious for a moment, please. How would we interact? Now, there are things, for example, the Great Reset. Okay, the digital, monetary, however it shakes out, right? And there are those who are like, well, when the aliens show up, the bad politicians and all the. Well, here's the thing. I think some of these folks that are asking some of these questions are not necessarily dumb as a box of rocks, but they're they're shy of something because they will ask questions. And in this next hour, let me have another one here. Uh, so Whew, that was a good one. That one way down. So follow the storyline. It ain't mine, it's theirs, but okay. So the storyline is they come in and show themselves and say, "Hey, we're here. We're going to start showing you some stuff on CNN. We're going to start showing you stuff, and you're going to be hearing stuff on certain radio channels, and there's going to be stuff on, not just YouTube, but whatever channels they have that are going to talk about past things and histories and about the different alien races and things and why these folks are really here." Okay, so that's the introduction, right? And that now here's one of the interesting things. Now, some of these politicians and folks, not just in our country, but all around, they really have done some heinous crimes. You know what I mean? The lockdown in New York City kind of thing, and some of that stuff, that's just arcane. No, 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 no. You cannot do that. Should not do that. Said Sam I am. But the idea that um, going into the future, there are so many people who are going, this ain't right. This ain't right. So they want to resolve the issue one way or the other because going into this new year, they're going, this ain't right. So that means they want to see something better, right? That's a positive. They might be bitching about their current situation, but their mind is set on, I want to change this. I want something better than this. Aha. So even those folks who you might want to consider that's on the negative side, they're negative because they're pissed off with their current situation, right? So, and they want a better tomorrow. All right. So even though they're bitching, their intent is positive. Now, so folks would say, well, them folks ain't paying attention. They're dumb as a box of rocks about some of this stuff. Okay, so the folks who listen to the alien things, all right, so they come and they show and they show they give us evidence, right? Not just, they give evidence. Okay. So when they and the thing about the NASA hiring, priests and clergy and stuff to study humanity's response to alien races. Why would they do? And they've been doing it since the 50s. Okay, so it ain't like this is something new, right? And for those of us who have listened in the UFO community, Richard Dolan, whoever, um, that they've talked about how humanity's reaction to ET showing up and what it. I've said this for a long time. I said so. The Bible says Jesus is going to come on a cloud. Well, there are a lot of spaceships that are being hidden by clouds. So if Jesus is in one of them spaceships, you ain't going to believe him. I mean, you just ain't. For me, if he came up and said, "It's me," I'd go, "Okay." I would believe that more than trying to stand on a cloud because then that would be, really odd to me when there's all this other proof of all these other things. And that reincarnation is a natural thing. And many of us have been around not just on this planet, but on other places in the universe, not just the solar system, but we have experienced in our spirit selves, God, literally, God knows where. Some of us are supposedly new. And I kind of, in a way, question that, in that not to say that a new energy or an entity couldn't be born or shouldn't be born or whatever, as far as a spiritual. Um, but there's so many souls out there that have been, quote, if from Catholic terms, in purgatory, right? That can't don't go to hell and they don't go to heaven, so they got to wait it out until Judgment Day. So, but what if Judgment Day is more like well, you need to hang out here for a little while and kind of think about what you did in your last incarnation. We're not going to give you, as thinking in the way of Edgar Casey, in that we are given the opportunity to accept a a soul contract, if you will, to go down and do this thing and inhabit this body, and this is kind of sort of how it's supposed to go, and and you agree to that. And I know that I agreed to this journey, but I tried like hell for 40 years to not believe it, right? And so, and I fought it for a lot of years, even when I knew the truth. So I went out of this, I went, no, sorry, you agreed and you're staying. All the suicide attempts I tried, no, I'm still here. Whoops, there's sick him, Michelle Birch, what? In the video, I was talking about how God is energy. Absolutely, Delane, Miss Pearl. I'd much rather call you Miss Pearl. Um, because in native traditions, not just Native Americans, but in native traditions, the Great Spirit, what? The Great Spirit is not necessarily a person, okay? It's the Great Spirit, because the idea of the word spirit means, a spirit being, right? Not a person or a particular entity, but the Great Spirit. And many of the shamans and folks that I've talked to over the years, it is about the source of all. They say the Great Spirit, which is the source of all. So they use that word in the same general tone. So yeah, the source, you know, and we, every single one of us, um, are part of it because we have energies and we breathe. And so we absolutely are a part of this energy. So some people just refuse to accept that it's so simple. And I will reiterate, as I did a little while back, in that for those of us who wake up to it, we are all members of the League of Like Minded Beings. We understand that there's more to life than just this planet, it's more than just this reincarnation. And there's more adventures out there for each and every one of us in the universe, not just to come back onto this planet. And if Edgar Casey was anywhere near right about us having the choice to accept, to come down here and do whatever we do. And me personally, I do believe that. Um, your hubby calls you Pearl. Well, now I ain't trying to put no moves on you there, Pearl, but it in my brain, it just Pearl sounds better than Delaney. So tell your husband I ain't trying to move in. I'm too old and feeble. But no, but it just feels better, just cosmically. And I have known some. When you talk about some of your cooking and stuff, I have um, known some fine women down here in the South, the and I mean the old South, and their names were, there was a lot of pearls, and I remember some of them women, and the one lady that cooked sweet potato pie, like it would literally just make your mouth explode. Ain't had a sweet potato pie like that in a long time, but God love her, and I met her when she was like 84 years old, and I think her middle name was Pearl. Then I asked her, I said, "Is it all right if I call you Miss Pearl?" And this has been 20 some odd years ago. Well, actually 30 some odd years, but oh, we missed the 20 mark. I sort of did, didn't I? But anyway, so, and when I seen you on your video, I'm like, she Pearl, yep, Pearl, you fit it. I have fond memories, especially with good cooking with Pearl. Cooking with Pearl. Now there'd be a sideline. But now going back to the craziness of some of this ET stuff. Now, this is if this were to happen, okay? So they show up, they're peaceable, they show videos and history and stuff, and people are going to say they're going to try to brainwash us. But what if they actually show us the freaking truth, you know? And what if they really open up and give us our how many of us are going to actually believe it, right? Now, for me, I'm already on board. It's going to be a whole lot easier for me to go, yep, yeah, oh, so that, oh, yeah, 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 versus, oh my God, what are we going to do, right? Uh, so these people who are supposed to be aware. So the next thing that's going to happen is ET is going to introduce to us 7 billion people, um, replicators, and the need for money is going to be avoided because if you have a replicator, well, then you can make food or you could make a pair of shoes. And that if your clothes are dirty or torn or whatever, you put them in the replicator and it makes the same thing over again, brand new. So that there won't be any need for big box stores. There won't be any need for Chinese child labor and all of that stuff. And but those folks are going to have their needs met because they won't have to work 14, 16-hour days or more to produce a little bit so they can send money back to their families and pay for their own, living and so forth. If you haven't seen some of those documentaries and stuff about how the Chinese live in their conditions and stuff, and over in Shanghai and China, I mean that whole area over there, it's just it is not nice. But so everybody's going to get a replicator. Now, I have asked this question a lot over the years when they keep talking about this. We're all going to get a replicator. How you going to deliver it? I'm just saying. Are they going to like send it to us UPS? Are they going to show up in a little spaceship and holler out like, "Hey, come out in the yard," and they beam this thing into my with instructions? Are they going to have like shows about how to use them and program them? And don't put your cat in there to dry it. And my kitty's dead. Let me see if I can resurrect him. They're going to be those weird people who are going to try that shit. You know what I mean? So, oh, my kitty's dead. Let me, what might come out might not be what you want. So, but okay, so how are they going to distribute these things? Now, so people are asking these questions like, oh, so when we get them, nobody asks the question how 7 billion people are going to, or, okay, 5 billion households or whatever. Okay. So if there's two to a household, we could cut that in half, right? So does Duggar count? But anyway, as a member of my household, but I have to feed him. But to the point so how are we going to get them? All right. So they're asking questions. So the answer is, well, when we get these, people won't have to work to earn money to buy food. That's going to eliminate that. The over uh, um, GMO foods and that kind of thing. And well, farmers won't have to plant it because everybody will have these new toys. Well, how long is it going to take to get them? Just asking. All right. So, but it's a coming. The med beds, same thing. Now, the question has been formalized in that one of the issues with the med beds is who goes first, and only one person can get in them at a time. But that there are a lot of people and workers that could quote earn an income by building these med beds and so forth by using apparently the machine to the replicator. Okay. But where are they coming from? Well, ET's got them out in space, and they're ready to beam them down to us at any moment. Like, seriously? Okay, now, all right. So, if we do get that type of technology, Mister, uh, love to you, Amanda. Be safe. Happy New Year. We're almost there. Couple more hours. But so we get the replicators, and it is true that people won't quote have to go without food or whatever, that they can have the basic needs and that money won't necessarily be an issue. Okay. But well, then people ask, so what about government? All right, so we won't need government anymore. Well, hang on just a second. Oh, well, we won't have to pay taxes and we won't have to do this. Well, taxes will be reduced, and oh, it'll do away with this and it'll do away with that. And I won't have to pay rent, and I won't have to, wait, hang on. If somebody owns 10 pieces of property and ET shows up and says, look, bud, you can't charge them people anymore. But I own those properties. The rent is this. Now, what are they going to do to the person who owns the property? Are they going to just like overrule them and say, nah, sorry? Now, here's the other thing. If this energy wave hits everybody, that person who owns 10 properties would automatically feel that he didn't need the income from his properties, and that he would willingly give them up. Okay, that's kind of a stretch, because I've met some landlords who are greedy mofos. You hear me? So now they're just going to give up their property. They're going to give up, quote, the income. They're going to give up this way of thinking that got them 10 pieces of property to begin with. You know what I mean? So there is a certain mentality. And I know, because I used to be the maintenance man for like 150 rental properties. I know. Okay. And so, what kind of folks they are, they want the minimum done, that because they got to make a profit off of that, right? So, but anyway, and I understand the renters part, and I understand the owner's part, but the owner's only looking at one thing, and that's profit. But the renters looking for a decent home where the plumbing works, and the floor is safe and they don't fall through to the to the floor or to the ground. But so anyway, moving right along with this though. So we get the replicators. Then what? Well, then, but people aren't going to be starving and people won't have to work. Well, wait a minute, hang on. Um, you know, well, we won't have to pay for gas, because where there's going to be these free energy devices that can be installed in any vehicle, and there's a little battery pack, and everything's like, well, how long is that going to take? And is going to put it in? There's all these replicators. Well, that takes mechanics and engineers and folks who understand it. That also requires production facilities. It also requires workers, because robots can't do everything. I've worked in too many factories, and their robots are good for some stuff and they're worthless in other things. So there is going to be that. But if everybody's got a replicator, then the idea of work goes out the window. But wait a minute, so how's this stuff going to get delivered and so forth if nobody has to work for it? Wait, hang on. And there will be no need for government anymore. Now, I could see that there would be less need to on our taxes, so that we as a society, if eventually, now supposedly this is going to happen like instantly, and this is what I don't believe. I can see a transition of it in this next year or two because folks are going to have to adjust. Period. You know, when the great stock market crashed, there was this period of time where it was like, oh, holy crap, and then it was like, phew, then people took a nosedive, literally off of buildings and stuff, right? So, and then it was more of a gradual degradation of humanity and peoples, and bums on the street and all that kind of stuff, right? And then came the great Dust Bowl in the Midwest, you know, so which compounded issues. But we as a society, we as Americans made it through all that adversity, right? So, for folks who have not even given it a thought, just just go check out the Dust Bowl, in the United States, and just do a little bit of spot reading. Hey, Super, how are you? It's going to be a slow burn like frogs in the pot. Yeah. So, but here's the thing. Um, I can see that with a correct transition, that yes, this could be possible. But the idea that's kind of being put out there without a lot of explanation as to how long this, if this occurs, how long the transition of making this happen actually works. Farmers are still going to plant. Why? Because I know farmers who just like to be farmers. You're going to tell them, well, there's no need for your vegetables anymore. What? But I love farming. Me and the family been there are farms around big. I say big farms. Several hundred acres. Sometimes 1,000 acres kind of thing. That there are farms around here, and they're growing vegetables. Some are growing cotton. Some are growing corn. But there are a lot of folks around here that are actually okay, Doug. It's all right. Something's outside. Probably a cat or we have armadillos that come up and stuff and dig in the yard. And one of these nights, if I catch that armadillo that puts holes in my yard, I'm gonna take my new 22 air gun and I'm gonna pop that and get rid of him. But back to the thing. So as this transition, occurs, but so they do the reset and they go to digital money. Which listen, now, I have cash here at the house. I deal in cash, but I usually use my little quote cash card, right? That's digital money. But we've been dealing with digital money for years now. And I think that people just be, for me, just because I have been used to having paper money, and I talked to my sister tonight. I said, um, the the Social Security big raise that I got, 50 some odd dollars. I'm don't get me wrong, I'm grateful, but um, if I save that $50 every month, and put it away, that will pay my property tax for next year. You see, so in the carny business, we used to call it HO money. So you took a five or a tenner out of whatever was going on. If you were working a joint or something, if you had a really good night, you could take 15 or $20 out of your apron or whatever. But that money was called HO money, holdout. And you kept that money and you did not spend it. Because if you were on the road and you blew a tire and you needed money, you could dip into your HO money. And by the end of the year, HO money was spent a lot of times when mom and dad, they had a certain percentage that they took out every night, went into their a little can, and but that HO money, was their vacation money because they were off for 3 months during the winter every year. And so when they worked the carney. So, but the HO money, so every month or every week or whatever it is, if you get used to taking 5 or 10 or whatever you can and put that up and put it in a coffee can somewhere or put it in a cookie jar, whatever it is, and then, and leave it there. And then at the end of 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, a year, and you go over there and you go, holy crap, there's a there's a pile of money in here. And for what I used to spend at the store on a pack of crackers and a soda and a this and that, if I take that money and put it in my cookie jar, then at the end of a month or at the end of the year, I can see a significant savings, and that's what I do. So I don't get any extra money, but I've learned how to save money, right? But anyway, but coming into this new paradigm, so this idea of digital money to me is like we're already there. We have been participating in this. What if you want to call it, cryptocurrency or whatever? Does it really matter? Whatever the value is, okay, if it's a credit, like in some of the, like the Star Wars and Deep Space Nine, how many credits do you have on your little card, So how many credits of platinum do you have, or how many credits of silver do you have? So you could say I have credits, all right. Um, so yeah, the Christmas can absolutely, and uh, when when I was working on the carnival, one of the things that we did working on the rides was that any money that we found on the ground that got spun out of the rides, or whatever, and working on the working on the Tilda World and also on the Rocco plane, you could shake a crap load of money out, and we could actually tell the mud sills of the big things down on the ground that hold the pole up, and you could hear the money hit the mud sills, and you could tell if it was a penny or a dime or a nickel or a quarter. It was amazing. But anyway, so there goes one, and you could tell where you go ping pong, and you're like, there's one over there. So then later on in the evening, we'd get out and walk around underneath the ride and pick up all the spare change we shook that night. But we filled up one of those big 5-gallon demijohns, one of them glass demijohns, and in just spare change. And you put it in there. It's a little hard to get out, but there were a couple of times when we had to shake some quarters out. But basically, we didn't touch the money. Whatever came out of that shake money went in that bottle. And at the end of the year, there was a crap load of bucks in there in spare change. I mean, there were rolls and rolls and rolls of dimes and quarters, a lot of pennies, but those add up too. But anyway, but the idea of digital money, though, is just based on an idea. Well, this little copper thing we're going to call a penny, and its value is 1 cent. Okay, fine. So you need 10 of these to make a dime, which is a little more silver, smaller, but its value is 10 of one of those. So it doesn't matter what the value is. They can set the value at something, right? If you have 10 and a half credits, well, where's that half come from? Well, it's 0.5 or it's 1/2, right? But it's still, does it still have a value? It's only half of something. But what is that something? Well, it's a half of a credit. It's a half of a Bitcoin. It's a half of a dollar. Well, a half of a dollar is 2 quarters. 2 quarters is 50 cents, and 50 cents means you have to have 50 pennies. So the value of it is just established. So what if it is digital currency? Who cares? Who cares? There's still going to be enough cash out there that people are still going to trade with it. It's they folks just ain't going to give it up right away because we're so used to it. So next thing up, the med beds and that kind of thing. So, but folks are saying, what about taxes? Well, we have to keep paying our taxes. Why? Well, because we have to give people incentive. Who's going to pick up the garbage? Well, you're not going to have garbage because you're going to recycle it by using your machine. Well, what if you don't have a machine yet and you're still buying clothes from Walmart and you still have to go to the grocery store because you don't have a replicator yet, right? And people in your neighborhood, there are more people who are more hungrier than I am or somebody else, or they have a big family and they not enough money to feed everybody. Okay, yeah, I'll go first. I can get by. But to the point though, but how does it get delivered? Who's going to do it? Isn't that going to be someone that's going to have to deliver it? Knock on the door. Hi, I'm your neighborhood alien, and here is your replicator, and I'm going to show you how to do this. Be like door to door, vacuum cleaner salesman. But here's the thing: for those folks who don't have anything to do and want to contribute to the society, they could volunteer for their whatever it is and get compensation in whatever form it might be, credits. And because credits are just sort of invented, right? So if they pay you 10 credits, whatever that value might be, um, is based on the product that you're buying. So I've got this pair of glasses that, I bought at the dollar store. So it was $1 plus tax. So, that could be 1 credit. All right. So there's the value of the glasses. The value of this lighter recently went from 50 cents to $2 for this same lighter. So, um, 9 months ago or less, I could buy this lighter for 50 cents. Now it's $1.50, $2 a piece. Okay. Used to be able to buy a pack of 4 of these for $1. Can't find them anymore. Okay. So the value of it has gone up. Now, whether or not I buy the lighter is up to me. But if it's 2 credit, if whatever the value of it is, if it's 2 credits, then I'm going to pay it or not, right? So anyway, um, I hope that the shift will be smooth. Not sure how much ET involvement to expect either. I'm just hopeful that the world will become better in any way. I absolutely agree, Super. So, but I'm just talking about this because this is the conversation that's kind of out there. And so, well, is this really going to happen? I don't know. It'd be interesting to see us kind of move into the Star Trek, era in this next year. I think it'd just be jab, damn right up, you know, um, because when I growing up in the 50s and the 60s with the Jetsons, okay, I thought we'd be in flying cars by now. I mean, there was stuff in the 60s and the 70s and 80s about cars and magnetism. We still ain't doing it, right? And all this about certain energies and stuff and all that. Listen, we hydrogen is one of the safest things versus all this oil and petroleum and all this other crap. Listen, oh, and now the batteries, but what are the batteries made out of? Rare earth materials. They're expensive as hell. Well, everybody's going to have a battery card. Well, where are you going to get the stuff from? Is ET going to beam it down to us? And here's your batteries for 1 billion cars for all these people who are not going to need gasoline vehicles anymore. And they're not going to have money and they're not going to have to earn it. Wait a minute. Some of this just don't seem plausible in the long run. Yeah, sure. But that's why some folks are calling this the transition versus ascension or any other thing. But we're all supposed to wake up during this time. Now, I want to believe my heartfelt thing is I hope so, but it ain't going to be like overnight. All of this stuff is just going to magically wave their hand, and all these things are going to take place overnight. It ain't going to happen. That just ain't going to happen. We're not going to get rid of taxes right away. Nope. Why? Because we have to give people incentive to work. Well, I got me a replicator. I got everything I need. I got me an electric car and I got a free energy thing. And I just, I don't, well, wait a minute. There is still going to be trash. There is still going to be there's still going to be a need for public service workers. I mean, whoever is going to get these energy cells for their homes or whatever, they're still going to have to be installed. Somebody's going to have to do the work on all these thousands, millions, billions of peoples and homes. But we're going to have this, and ET's going to provide that. Okay. And is 2022 going to be the year of this? Okay, bring it on. But for those folks who think that, like, by summer, everybody's going to have a hover car and everybody's going to have free energy and everybody's going to have this and that and the other thing, I'm like, uh, you all really, if ET does show up, it's going to take a little while. And folks are just going to, for those folks who are thinking it's going to be like a snap of the fingers, I did that with my left hand just to see if I could. Yeah, Super says, I hope the shift will be smooth. Not sure how much ET involvement to expect either. I'm just hopeful that the world will become better in any way. I'm 100.1%. I agree with you. You got seeds. Um, but I will reiterate from an hour ago ish. Yes, welcome, Super. Again, I think I said hi earlier. What matters is the tracking of everything you do because getting goats, chickens, yeah, goat carts. Whereas what I see as some of this is saying is that people will be self sufficient. Okay, I'm kind of sort of self sufficient myself a little. My passive solar house, my use of electricity this month, even with running my little heater here to stay warm by, was $45. $45 worth of electricity for the. And I usually run, in the wintertime if it's been real cold and I run the electric heater and I cheat because I don't want to build a fire. I keep an eye on it, and I get accustomed to the colder weather. I put on a jacket and I heat my little area rather than trying to heat the whole damn house. But with doing that, when it got cold here a few weeks back, I expected my light bill to be $50 ish, and it was only like 43 or 4. Less 45. And me and Duggar got along just fine. So, there are those folks who have $200 and $300 a month light bills because they have to have central heat and air and all this other kind of stuff, and the whole house has to be warm and all, okie dokie, you know, and they complain and bitch and because they don't have any money, and I'm like, okay, so Dave, how do you save money? Because I conserve electricity and I have a passive solar house. I planned this out, right? So, but people then, but so there are choices, but people will still try to, well, I gotta have my heat pump. I gotta have my, central heat. I gotta have I gotta set the thermostat at 72. Well, why not 65? Well, I get cold. Well, then put on some clothes, Um, the Eskimos, if you think they're out on the ice on the tundra, what do you think they have to heat that igloo with? What? Where's the nearest forest? Oh, about 50 miles across the ice. And, with polar bears and all this stuff, they ain't building big fires every night. They'd be lucky if they build a fire. So, how did they survive? They built a house out of ice and snow, got in it, and as they breathe the air, it warms up the inside of the igloo. That's warmed by the humans inside. There are no fires. So this idea that we have, but folks have learned to get by without certain things, and they have made it. So now, do we need to live like the Eskimos? No, but we should take that as an example of, wait a minute, maybe I could adjust my lifestyle and maybe it'll save me money, maybe it'll save energy, maybe whatever it may be. And you might learn something along the way too, because you've learned that, well, my dear friend Marcia, I'm not talking bad about her. I love her. She's passed on to the other side, but it was 74 in her house in the wintertime, which I thought it was too stuffy in her house. And in the summertime, it was 65. I'd go over there, Martha, good God, it's cold in here, it's the middle of summer. I know I like it this way. But in the wintertime, it had to be 72. So she had her threshold. And I was like, well, it's 70, it's 65 in here now. That's what you usually keep in the summertime. Yeah, I know, but it's cold outside and I feel cold. And it's the brain that makes you feel cold. But anyway, so what about ET? So what does that mean for us in the long run? It means there's going to be a big transition if this comes about. But for those folks who keep asking these questions like, well, we won't need politicians anymore. Yeah, we will. We're still going to need mayors and in our communities. We're still going to have people that will keep an eye on the group. And yes, it will be, hopefully, folks will be elected, a little better than some of these sly dogs we got down here in the South. Of course, there's sly dogs all over the place. So anyway, um, yeah, I was just thinking of somebody that I knew years ago that I learned recently. I don't know if he is currently the mayor of Moultrie, but he was the mayor of Moultrie if he is now. So, but anyway, I was like, what? This guy got into politics? Him? What? Okay. But everybody seemed to like him and he seemed to be doing a good job. So, but back in the day, I'd have never thought him to be mayor of the city. But anyway, so we're still going to need folks to pick up garbage until everybody can learn how to do it the new way, if that comes. We're still going to need people to run the water departments. We're still going to need people to run the sanitation and we're still going to need people until everybody gets a power generator or whatever. If a storm comes by and limbs drop on a cable or something, somebody's still going to have to repair it. All of these engines and everybody's going to get a hover car and it'll be easy to take your vehicle, but just take out your engine and put in this thing. Well, who's going to do it? People. Somebody's going to have to do this stuff. Okay. So this idea that it's just going to appear magically is what some of these people seem to be taking this information and that, oh, and in 6 months, we're all going to have hover cars. Duh. You know what? Everybody, or you mean just us in the United States and screw the rest of the planet? I mean, yeah, there's 350 million of us, give or take, right? So that would be easier to give us the whole, versus China with, 2 or 3 billion people, be a whole lot easier to service us at one time. And but who gets what first and who's going to deliver it? How's it going to be installed? Who's going to do the training? I mean, there are times when I have issues with working with a cell phone and you want me to program a replicator for a meal for myself, you know, including the plate. Now, I want to make sure that on that plate, when I have, some beef stew with carrots and potatoes and, some celery in there, that, I don't make a mistake and that the plastic or whatever the plate is made out of doesn't, if you're, the beef stew ain't part of the plate, is my point. Sort of like if you use styrofoam plates in microwave, it'll burn the bottom out sometimes. But anyway, but with that said, so there's going to have to be all this training. There's going to be folks who, if we're going into the fourth, which I do feel that there's a big energy shift coming, and a lot of people agree with that, ET or not. A lot of people agree with that. Now, to the other side of that same coin, the Pastor Paul and Mike from around the world, we're going to be hit by comets and this and that, and we're all going to be dead in 2022. Of course, they've been saying we're going to be dead every year. And some of these things that some of these folks have prophesied ain't come to pass yet. But it's every day is anything that happens is apocalyptic. There's an explosion at a factory. There's been explosions at factories for a long time, and that have hurt and killed people. There have been mine accidents. There have been catastrophes ever since there have been human beings. So this idea that somehow it's everything has to be apocalyptic, nah. They want that to happen. They have to have what they consider prophecies to come true. And there's been several folks recently who said, sometimes prophecies change because people and the world change. And so that Nostradamus, and now I know earlier tonight, and I couldn't be on with the show with Milky Way when he was talking about the prophecies of Nostradamus. I've read Nostradamus and I delved into that before, and here's one of the things. The more you dwell on a prophecy, the more you want it to come true. And so there are some prophecies that have just been sit out there, like the Catholic prophecies that have prophesied that this Pope is the last Pope. And there's a crap load of evidence that the person who, and it was a priest within the Vatican that wrote these prophecies. And he's very accurate. The Catholics don't want to talk about it. But in this new awakening of things, we, and even the Pope is talking to the mullahs and the rabbis and from people all around the world and welcoming them to the Vatican. And there are a lot of Catholics that are pissed about that. And it's and Pope Paul, I hate to, this guy, right? He's all the time talking about novus ordem, which means new world order, the new order, novus ordem. And it shows up in a lot of his papal speeches, and ain't nobody really catching this, right? But there are those folks who are watching going, do you know what he's saying? Do you understand what this Pope is preaching to all the Catholics and all the Christians and even Muslims and folks around the world? Novus Ordo, what the new order. So now, one could say that's a bad thing, but one could also say that as the ET quote religion comes in, that there is no deity but they honor the source, they honor, Gaia, the Mother Earth, they honor all things because all things are equal in the eyes of the Creator. And native traditions all around the world, right? Everything is equal in the eyes of the Creator. So when you really get that, you really understand what the law of one means, to do no harm to anything. You pick up a rock and you throw it. Did you ask the rock if you could throw it? People go, what? Well, that's a little stupid. It's just a rock. But if you understand all things and you really start to understand it, not just, well, it's a cool philosophy and, them monks that sit and pray and stuff, okay, but no, do you just understand that everything around you is connected, that we are connected. We are the League of Like-Minded Beings simply because we are going to think a little higher than everybody else in that that we understand that there are things that we don't understand, but we understand enough to say, you know what? I think that might be possible. Maybe. Don't know for sure. But instead of, oh no, that'll never work. Blah, blah. No, 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 hang on, hang on. I might say, well, I don't know. I don't see the logic in it at the moment, but okay. I mean, the first time man made a balloon and filled it full of hot air, all the politicians had to do was breathe into the thing, right? And the balloon rose into the air, right? Well, who made the first balloon? Who did the first? Leonardo da Vinci was, you know, developing helicopters and flying machines and stuff, and so and if you look at some of the Egyptian artwork, when I saw the Ramses II exhibition in Jacksonville many years ago, they had this little replica of an airplane. I was like, "That's an airplane," or "That's a space shuttle." I mean, and there were even people who took dimensions of this, Egyptian artifact and proved that it could actually be, aerodynamically work. So it's like, and that's the Egyptians 2,000 years ago, blah, 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 or more. But, so the idea that nothing else could, no, this can't be, and that can't, but there's evidence that some of this stuff has already kind of was used at some point, right? How did they move them big ass rocks in the pyramid, right? I'm just saying, we can't do it nowadays. So, all right. So, anyway, so what's ET going to do for us? I like being part of the league of like, me too, Susie Q. Is it time? Oh, it's almost 20, ain't it? Oh, it's 2:16 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here on in Southwest Georgia, down here in the swamp, and you're hanging out with Hawkeye Two Feathers, aka David Null, and all his friends and neighbors in the chat room with Super Scream, I think. David Castle, Susie Q, and all of the above. We love you. We do. And Happy New Year, everybody. In a few hours here on the East Coast, it'll be the new year. And are any of us going to feel any better? Well, there's and David Castle. Yeah, T minus 4 minutes. Thank you. Yeah. Um, keep me up to date for, I ain't doing anything at the moment. But I can't stay up until 5 o'clock because I got business I got to take care of tomorrow. Otherwise, it'll be Monday, and I really need to take care of it tomorrow. We had some really strange weather come through today, and there was a tornado sighted, I guess, about 15 miles east of me. But the weather that was around here, it was like we were right on the edge of it. So don't know what the damage was, but it was just southeast of Moultrie, and through Spencefield and out through uh, Ellington and other places headed towards Adel and Cook County. But anyway, so my plans for going to town this afternoon, when I saw the weather and the storms and the wind whip up, I was like, I told Duggar, I said, we ain't going today. but I really need to go tomorrow. But anyway, I I'm hopeful that all of you. Hey Zach, how are you? You echo my thoughts almost. You usually do, but can drift off. Yeah, I drift off a lot, Zach. You probably know that already. But thank you so much. And was and I've said this before. When oh, and by the way, I know it might be a little noisy, but I'm wearing my Milky Way, one of Brian's shirts before he passed away. And so, in remembrance of our dear friend Brian, who passed away almost 2 years ago now, but I found his shirt this evening. I was like, yeah, if I'm going to do a live stream, I'm gonna wear my Brian shirt, my Milky Way. um, weekly Milky Way Soul Tribe, but that was his emblem moniker, which is still good. But I'm I'm the chapter master of the League of Like-Minded Beings. The chapter master. Do you get that one? Tolerance. Sorry, my phone playing up. It's good to see you, Jack. Zach. We got another minute. No, it is time. Okay, let me switch from the cigarette to the pipe. And if you celebrate the 20, and I'm going to repeat this again and probably a lot from now on, but for every 20 that comes around, Native Americans, they smoke their peace pipes. And the pipe, they smoke the tobacco. The idea of smoking it is that you use your breath and your prayers, and that your prayers go up with the smoke, and to be accepted by the Great Spirit, right? And so every time we do a 20, I've been focusing on this, that you know prayer for peace, prayer for kindness, simple couple of words, but for every 20 that I light up with y'all, you know, think of something. We don't have to all be together on the same thing, but keep it simple. But, for this next year, I just, I pray for good things, What? Nothing in particular. I just pray for good things. Well, some people pray for abundance. Well, sometimes abundance really didn't come about, but you can pray to be stable. you know, you abundance might not be. For me, 3 meals a day is too much. For someone else who's used to 3 meals a day, that might not get 3 meals a day, may feel that they were left out, and they're not blessed with abundance. For me, if I had 3 meals a day, I'd be like, holy crap, this is too much food. So abundance, and I'm not trying to criticize anyone who uses it. I really am not. But for me, I have to be careful in certain words that I use, because of my focus has been on, well, actually, what is my intent? Well, if I wished abundance on everybody, then that would mean there's too much, because abundance means you got more that you need, right? And so, but I pray that everybody gets what they need, not necessarily what they desire, but everybody gets what they need this year. Whether it be food or a house or a car, I don't care. But I pray that everyone gets what they need this coming year. So, but not to be a party pooper with the abundance thing, but in my meditations on the idea of abundance, I, as a shaman in training, have kind of sort of taken. It's not really a vow of poverty. I mean, I make a little over $1,000 a month, for many years, and so it ain't a lot of money these days, right? But I have learned to live within my means. And I've got more money now stashed away because of my internal thoughts and my old carny ways of holding out a little bit of money every month and putting it up and not touching it. And then I've got, I paid cash for my taxes this year, free and clear, didn't miss it out of my bank account because I kept taking a little bit every month out. And, but anyway, a penny saved is a penny earned. Oh my God. For those of us who, what does that mean? Absolutely that. Somebody said, I picked up a penny at the store, and somebody said, well, what'd you pick up that for? Because I said, if I keep picking them up, I'll have $1. you know, uh, Synchronization. It's all coming. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I'm thinking continued health and prosperity. Yep. And Susie Q, abundance might just, you have a plate full of food every day. Right, Susie. I'm not trying to be picky. But there are some folks that have used the word abundance, and it's like, so they, they're overflowing with it. Okay, but if you're overflowing, then it's also being wasted. So, um but in my meditations over the years, um because my when I was in Catholic school, I always admired Saint Francis. And this lousy dumbass Jesuit that's in there that uses his name. Most people don't understand that he picked Saint Francis as a as a bad thing, to like going sticking his tongue out at everybody. Okay, so because the real Francis was so different from this sob. But anyway, uh, this pope, who ain't even a pope, he's the mayor of the Vatican. Okay, because the other guy is supposedly still alive. They let that little thing slip the other day. The pope is dead. Oh, wait a minute, no, he ain't. Why did somebody check his breathing? So goodness gracious me. But anyway, I mean, the first John Paul, for example, was in the papal office for 33 days. Boom, dead. And they voted in another one. And nobody really questioned that. I have always thought that was creepy. But anyway, so, and there's weird, and by the way, that 33 days was prophesied by the Catholic priest 200 or 300 years before. Anyway, so that was a surprise to everybody in the Vatican. Uh, and that the second one would get, come close to death kind of thing. There was, if you can find the Catholic prophecies, I don't know where to look for it, but for to read through it and to see how accurate this guy, this priest was. Oh man, it makes it makes Nostradamus look like a fly by night charlatan. I mean, really, this priest was specific. No denying, right? But anyway, gonna go quiet and listen. Big hugs. Love you too, Zach. Thank you for being there and hanging out. Yeah, it is interesting to use words wisely. And for me, as a puppeteer and a storyteller and being in theater and everything, words have meant a lot for many of my years, and how I tell the stories and how I convey them and so forth. And the words in a play, and how the words in a book, it was the actor's responsibility to give those words life. You know, they're still just words, but an inflection on one end of the word, or not, or a high or a low, or whatever, and when you can learn to hear the natural flow of how something, you know, in a play, how the author intended it to be said in a conversation, and how someone can just read the words in a sort of monotone, or someone could read the words with emphasis and bring life to the words and make the audience feel that they're a part of the play. And you see the difference. Hop on your dream realm. Yep, absolutely. But so words are very important, and in my lifetime, so, and here in my later life, when my spirit guide and angels get together and they go, okay, Dave, we're gonna give you this word, and we're gonna have a conversation with you about it. Okay. I gave up arguing with them a long time ago. But there are times when you mean right now, and they go, "Yeah, we're not interrupting you, are we?" Like, okay, go ahead. But so anyway, but so and again, I mean no disrespect to anybody, but when folks were that use, and David, I know you still use it, and I mean no disrespect, I swear. But the Bosto thing, I simply could not and would not use it. There seemed to be something attached to it. And I still believe it. It's my own personal thing, and I know what everybody's intent is by using it, be of service to others. I get it. But there was something in my spirit guides, they hauled me off to the side and said, "Don't you dare." And I was like, "What?" And and when Brian was alive, my Milky Way dear friend that's out in the Milky Way at the moment, was like, it's almost like there's some kind of magic or something tied to it, and we go ahead and use it if you want to, but they were telling me, but every time you do, we're gonna kick your ass. And I was like, what? So, but that's from me to them. But whatever it was that it's attached to that saying or those words or I don't know what it is. And like I said, I know there's still people who use it and do it and all, but Brian and I both had agreed that it just did not sit with us. And we couldn't really explain why. And I still can't really explain why, except it still doesn't sit with me. Other people use it, it's okay. I am not blaming you, not, but for us and for me still, okay. But I've noticed also that people aren't using the term much anymore. And which is just an observer, I was like, well, that lasted up to here, maybe in certain circles or whatever it's more used, but in general, I don't see that acronym thing out there as much. And I'm like, well, that's interesting. I never prayed against it. I never, I said my piece a long time ago and I just left the subject, left it up to the universe. But the universe kind of took care of it on its own, which I just find interesting. I didn't wish bad on it or whatever, but if it was like a really good something, it would have grown in popularity. You know what I mean? And so anyway, you originally from UK, but you're in Nicaragua. Holy crap! My neighbors in UK paper. My parents had a child section that covered Native American trapping skills. Oh, really, Zach? Remember, I forgot. Jesus, I can't tell people what to do. I only say in response. I return in the great feels like a command to me. Thank you. Good. Because it's not meant in offense. But so it's like, I still say it once in a while, but there was this period of time, and it seems to have kind of like come down a little bit. Everybody was using namaste, 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 namaste. Okay, namaste. Okay, all right, namaste. Okay, namaste. Okay, all right. Enough already. I thank you. I love you. Namaste to you too. But it was just like everything was, holy crap, like take a breath, will you? And that has calmed down. There was like this, everybody everybody wanted to be a Buddhist, all of a sudden, and everybody was using the word, and it's all right and good, but there were some folks that just went way overboard. Once or twice in a conversation would have been fine, but 10 or 15 times, like in a half hour's chat or something. No, stay, my friends above it. Oh, all right. Okay. You know, we love you too. We understand, but it just got, but that too also has whatever dwindled or whatever, the popularity of its, I don't know. But I'm still here to keep everybody reminded that if you're at least aware of other things, and even if you aren't aware of other things, you're still a member of the League of Like-Minded Beings, because our spirits are still linked. We are still spirit beings. We are still linked to the source. We all have a connection to the Great Spirit and to the great mysteries. And like as you might or not, uh, yep, cognitive dissonance will happen sometimes. And sometimes is more often than not sometimes. I just want to throw that in there. Exactly. Well, and I'm on I'm actually I'm honored actually to have you. Um, you know, I do. Um, my spirit guides have always prompted me in that if I tell the truth, if I'm humbled, there are things we discuss. I know there are folks who don't agree with me, and I'm a real Looney Tunes, and it's okay. But I'm just a messenger. I'm the storyteller. I am the, and I accepted my position reluctantly a few years ago. But that I was to be the observer and just report on things. It's up to you whether or not you believe it or find any validity in it, or whether or not the frequency vibrates with you. And in many of the videos I've done before, about shaman and training, well, everything I discuss, no matter where I am and no matter what we talk about, I'm there for every video I do. There is something in there, even though it might not say it in the title. Something to help you in your journey, in your spiritual journey, and for you to just think about and contemplate whether it's good or not, whether you laugh or cry, or whether you just think it's freaking stupid, but that's okay too. But there have been times years ago when I said a few things when I first started really doing this, and I talked about the Catholic Church and this and that, and I really got into deep and discussed some things in depth about the church and the priest and all the things that I had seen and the pedophile that had happened to me and other friends of mine and so forth, and how it affected our lives and so forth. And anyway, and so there were people that went, "What?" And then over the years, people look back and go, "Man, I'm so glad you talked about that. I'm so glad you opened up." And for the Catholic Church and then all these other things to have happened, and folks will go, "Dave, you said something about that years ago." And I was like, "Yeah, I've known that since like the 69, 70, 71 to way back when." And my dear, colleague, and I say colleague, but we were colleagues at a point. But dear sister Helene at Tampa Catholic, told me things about the Vatican and this, that, and the other thing. And all those things are coming true. I mean, even the thing here recently, I say recently versus back then, that Jesus was, went east when he disappeared for all them years, and he studied Buddhism and Eastern religions, and he was bringing some of that message back, to the Jews, and and people say, well, that's just plumb stupid. No, it ain't. Here's the thing. And why did he throw people out of the money changers in the temple, right? Because back then it was all about sacrifice. So if somebody had done something wrong in their life and they were, then they had to sacrifice a dove or a goat or a pig or whatever, they had to sacrifice. So the idea that here's Jesus talking about, you don't have to sacrifice anything, you don't have to kill anything, you know? And so, but the Jews are like, no, 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 you can't be spreading that shit. No, 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 no. That we make money off of these people. The Pharisees were like, well, whoa, 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 you can't be telling them that. We make money off of this deal. We got birds over here we got to sell. We got goats over here. And no, 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 no. You can't be telling them people that they don't need to sacrifice anything. Or, what? So, hell yeah, they wanted to nail him to a tree. You know what I mean? So it wasn't about that he was in the temple and being a desecration. No, he was like really putting a dent and a hurting on by his open thoughts, which are in the Buddhist tradition. You don't have to kill anything or sacrifice it or whatever, right? Think about that. So is that a Jewish lesson? No, but if you study just a little bit about the Buddhist, that's like the primary thing. So would have Jesus been a Buddhist, especially after, my conversation with Sister Helene in 1970. I absolutely believe it. You know, was he a Buddhist and practicing? No, but he was trying to bring a different point of view to the people of Israel and other there, because there was this collection of killing and stabbing animals and things and stuff, to make their penance with God, to sacrifice something, right? And he was just, nah, don't have to do that. But so anyway, was couldn't. Absolutely, David. And you too, Zach. I didn't, I haven't said this, but for those of you who've been around me for a while, uh, I had my first visitation of Mother Mary when I had my first communion at the Catholic Church in in Tampa, and I had other visits when I was about 11 years old in a clearing down in the woods down from where our house lived, where we lived, our house. Um, And she told me things then when I was 11. She was like, when you get older, I'm going to come and ask you to do something. And blah, she went into kind of sort of detail, and I really did not understand. She said, I'm going to ask you to do some things. And there were people who were because I was really religious as a kid. I mean, I was an altar boy. I read the Bible in front in the church when they needed an announcer at 14 years old. I was reading, um, the Gospel of St. James or whatever to the whole congregation in the church. And so I was serious about my connection with God, with Jesus, with Mary, and so forth, right? But I realized that I really didn't like the Catholic Church. I really didn't like what the priests were trying to do to me. And and some of them did, but to the point though that it's like, all right, so where's the message in this? For me, it was Mother Mary was real. My connection with the Christ consciousness and with that character, and to want to walk the walk of to me the real Saint Francis. And they wanted to burn him at the stake because they thought he was a witch. He cured people with potions and herbs and things. On certain days and holy days, he would allow the community of people to bring their goats and animals and whatever into the church so he could bless them, and the church was livid with him. And then they turned around and made an order, in his name kind of thing. And he was really pissed about that. But basically, it's possible we got ourselves, but I hear others. Yeah, you laugh at that. Thank you. Absolutely. Well, and it's the other thing too, that there are a lot of folks who like are really tied into this worship thing. And I've talked about this before, but I think it bears, repeating here during this conversation, in that Native Americans and Native peoples, you know, they that were religious zealots from the Christian, traditions always said, those heathens, because they were worshiping false gods. And no, because they honored the spirits, which is totally different than worshiping. And the medicine man, or the gentleman I've talked about before, that was Inca from South America. We went to we was at Trade Tennessee at a show up there, and went out in the early morning for a sunrise ceremony. And there were people there that say, well, you worship the sun, right? And he goes, no, I come out here and we give thanks. The ceremony is to say thank you to the spirits, thank you to the universe that it came up again. And isn't it pretty? And, so it's all about the honor that you give to the universe. So ET has got a lot of that going on. And because some of the traditional native ways are going to be very similar to what many of these ET races are going to have, as far as that's their general thought. You have respect for other people, even if you don't like them. Yeah, no sacrifice required. And see, I grew up as a Catholic where, you had to flog yourself, and you had to do penance, and you had to, wear sackcloth and all this stuff. Oh, holy crap. And, everything is a sin and you can't do anything right. And, if you don't get it just right, holy crap, you're going to spend most of eternity in purgatory until Christ comes again. And the St. Peter reads your name. Okay. And also over the years, I've realized that the idea of heaven and going into the pearly gates is, I don't want to go there, because it's a jail. And folks have asked me over the years, like, why did, like, listen, here's this whole universe that when you die and you become an angel, you get to, right? So you want to go into a gated community, right? And sit around and just be bored to tears, right? Or do you want to just like be free in the universe? So when my angel guide showed me years ago, do you really want to go to that heaven? And it didn't take me long, but I had not thought about it that way. Oh, the pearly gates or the golden gates or whatever gate you're going through. It's like, but if you're going through a gate, don't that mean that everybody else is locked out? But don't that mean you're locked in? And why the gate? I mean, hang on. If heaven is like, now, for those of you who might remember Jonathan Livingston Seagull, he was a seagull that, just as a seagull, he had this yearning to like fly as high as he could and then dive bomb the ocean. And all the other seagulls were like, Jonathan, you can't be doing this stuff. And so he did it anyway. And it's a personal thing. He got faster and he could make turns. And I think it's Jonathan Livingston Seagull by, I think it's Herman Hesse. Very interesting read. And it's a short book. But so as Jonathan's doing one of these dives one time, and his family's pretty much said, go over there. We don't want to see you. And one day he's doing these dive bombing things, and there's this other seagull that shows up on his wing. And he looks over, and the guy's like, hey, how you doing? And he's like, what are you doing? And this other guy, this other seagull is just flying effortlessly, where Jonathan's like to beat his wings off, right? And so the other seagull says, well, hey, if you want to learn how to fly like me, well, come on. So Jonathan said, well, okay, right. So now the rest of all these other seagulls don't really care about flying high and doing acrobatics. And so he goes with this other seagull, and here's this group of folks, league of like-minded seagulls, that think that, doing aerodynamics and flying higher and doing loops and stuff and whatever, um, I'm to Black Pearl Gate. The spirits come to get healed and freed. Good for you, Pearl. Take my flying motorcycle on the cosmic road. Absolutely. Absolutely. But so, but there are folks who feel that, they would, go into the gated community in heaven is like the bomb. Okay. But me as an adventurer, as an adventurer on this level, on this plane, and from what I can feel from my previous lives, I've always been an adventurer of some type. So, why would I want to go and be locked in heaven when I feel more like being adventurous and travel the universe, right? So, anyway, but for everybody's got their own position on this. But for me to kind of finish up my Mother Mary thingy, back up, I don't know, 6 or 7 or maybe even 8 or 9 years ago now, Mother Mary and Sister Helene and Sister Teresa showed up here in my house and said, "Okay, Dave, it's time for you to do what I asked you to do when you was 11. Here it is." And so I'm here at the request of Mother Mary and other spiritual um, folks that guided me during my life. And also, but they guided me in this path of Native American. And it has guided me to this path of it ain't about worship. No. When you drive down the road and there's whatever church it is, come worship with us on Sundays. I want to puke. I'm like, oh God, no, please. But I used to be one of those worshipers. Now I still give honor to the universe. I probably am more connected if somebody were to say, um, compare how I felt as a child growing up in the church, how I prayed and how I worshiped. I'm I'm more connected. My prayers are more uh, are stronger, and I feel more connected to quote God, if you will, to Creator than any religion I've ever tried. And it's simply by understanding these, just the simple basic rules of the universe. And as soon as I really understood that all things are connected and that all things are equal in the eyes of the Creator, especially all peoples, but it even goes into plants and animals and rocks and trees and it's hard for a lot of people to get that. But in the Buddhist community, they understand that all things are connected, right? And so do all native peoples. They understand that all things are connected in ways that we may not see or hear or whatever. But if you just honestly 100% believe that we are connected in some way. And does it matter if we understand how? No. But when you just absolutely believe that you are, then you start seeing, oh, I see how I'm connected. Oh, I see how we're connected. And then, but if you question whether or not you believe it, then you won't get it. I mean, it's weird. Uh, oh, is it time again? No, but we'll make time. But anyway, so let's carry whatever positive thoughts. And and the reason I have recently, because my angel guide and my spirit guide both agreed that we keep our prayers simple. But by the 4 letter, have a good year. 4 words, very simple, but it encompasses so much without getting off track, without meaning something that, if I use the word abundance in that sentence, have a good abundant year or something like that. Abundance in the next year. Okay, that it just doesn't have the simple ring to it that have a good year. You know, just uh and I even thought about have a great year, and it's like, well, that's subjective. Have, well, what might be great for me may not be great for you, you know. The fact that I get $50 more a month, ooh wee, and there are some people who are like, what? You're happy to get $50 a month? Hell yeah. It's going to pay my taxes next year. So yeah, why not look at it? But am I rich? No, but I'm not any more poor. You know what I mean? I got $50 a month so I can put back to pay my taxes. Yay. So, you know, is it a lot? No. Is it going to like save me from no. But look at the positive side of things, right? I promised you, Hawkeye said, we'll make it time just before you did. You turn in this, you're running this time when you say so. Oh, I got you. I got you. Okay, it's time. You know, we don't need no stinking excuse. But you know, um, something else that was tied into the ET messages, if you will, is that even for the Pastor Paul folks, they're like, you know, we as Christians are going to have to show these other people who aren't Christians how to make it when Armageddon comes, you know. And I'm like, well, here's the thing. If Jesus really is, and I, as I do believe, because we're all aliens at some point, you know, if he really is, you know, the part of the Charistus group, and there's a lot of evidence that the Charistus group has been around for a long time on this planet, just not around here. Mostly, guess where? In the Ukraine and over in there, where the war they want to start. So they want to start the war with Russia and with the Charistas and the good guys. Okay, so it ain't just about the Ukrainians and the Russians. It's about aliens fighting aliens. Okay, hybrids. But anyway, so but the Charistas group has been around for a long time, and there's a lot of evidence. So not trying to make anybody believe it or not, but you know, it's up to you to decipher. But I've seen my own proof with some um, things that I've seen in nature and other stuff. So, but anyway, um, so the idea that the Christ consciousness was a person from the Charistus group of quote aliens, then oh my God, Jesus was an alien, at least a hybrid, and he was protected by angels of the Charistus group, where the Christ comes from. So, and wait a minute, hang on. So, if he were to show up in a spaceship and said, "Hey, I'm the dude," who would really believe him? Well, but see, those folks in the religious communities are that all aliens are demons, that none of them, and that it's all going to be a hologram. Well, like I've said before, I've seen things personally myself that wasn't no damn hologram. And so are people going to go, well, that ain't real. That's just hogwash. No, it can't be real. Well, they got to be bad. They've got to have a, and so there's been so many, you know, there was an old sci-fi back in the 50s, black and white, right? And these aliens have been spotted on the radar, and they come into the atmosphere and they do this thing, and you know, they crash land and they pull them out and they do this thing, and I can't remember what the name of the movie is, but so the aliens are trying to communicate to them that they're not there to harm them. They're there to warn humanity that there's some really other aliens that are twice, that are really bad, that really do want to come and conquer Earth. And so they end up killing these two or three aliens or whatever it was, right, of the first group. And they decipher the message and they all look at each other and they go, oh my God, they were trying to warn us. And the next thing you know, on radar, there's like 100 blips and it's the other aliens, you know. So it's like, Werner von Braun said all those things about, the first it's going to be a this and then it's going to be a that. Well, that's the cabal's way of what they want to do. So if they try to do the blue beam thing, and I had dreams about the blue beam thing years ago, it was so vivid. There was a spaceship overhead that had like this humongous screen on the underside of it. And all you had to do was just look up, and you could watch it and see it and hear it and all this kind of stuff. And we were all standing around. It was an outdoor event, and I think I was doing a show, as in puppeteer storytelling. And I was outside, and we all looked up, and there was this big venue, and we were like, "What the hell is that?" And it was like, "People of Earth, we are blah 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 blah." And we were like, "Really?" So, and that was long before I ever saw V or any of those other programs, or just it was long before. And also, I didn't have the kind of TV reception or whatever down here, and was too busy and didn't watch a lot of TV back in those days. Small black and white TV, big deal. But so there have been things in my lifetime, in my dreams, I'm like, hmm. And so, these aliens might show up, and that might be actually what they're going to do. And I'm like, that's just exactly like that dream I had. Wow. Just wow. Right. So, uh, no better answer I got out when I heard the call. Barry, what's up, dude? How are you? Yep, Hero Barry. Yep. And it's 3:02 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here on December the 31st, 2021. And oh, my dear friends, what a ride it has been this year. But it has been, for me and some other folks, it has been great to see football and to see people going out and watching football and having a good time and not worrying about whether or not they was going to die the next day. I'm just saying, you know, I'm so proud that people are, for whatever the reason, they're just like, okay, all right, okay, okay, okay. And that people are still standing up. There are people that if the schools try to do anything more, they're going to keep their kids out of school. And, they just ain't going to tolerate it. They just are not going to tolerate it. And not just a couple of people, a lot of folk. So, and they're talking amongst themselves, and it's not necessarily in emails, but they're having conversations, even like calling each other and, or sending somebody a link to, hey, watch this. And they go, yeah, I watched it. Thumbs up. Why do replicators make me think of McDonald's? Or would it be nice food? I don't know. Uh, there, nobody has ever presented this issue with any of the Star Trek. Okay, now I'm put this out there because we as human beings, why aren't we traveling around in outer space? Okay, because our digestive tracts. Now, oh man, I can't think of his name right now. Collier, Alex Collier, years ago when he was talking about having been taken up in spaceships and so forth, how it took him a while to adjust, and how their days and sort of like jet lag, but it also was the eating of food, and where they didn't require as much food and difference, and where's the bathroom kind of thing. And so it's like, but no, seriously, um, you see in Star Trek, they go over to the whatever it is and get their stuff out of the replicator, and all the trash goes somewhere. But not once have you ever seen any of them come out of the John. They come out of the shower, but they do not come out of the John with toilet paper hanging out their uniforms. Have you ever seen a Star Trek episode where somebody had just taken a crap or said, well, excuse me, I got to go pee? Not one, not one. You know, well, I need to do. I need to go powder my nose. No, nothing. They don't go to the toilet on Star Trek. None of them. Just stop and think about it. I have like um, to sit up there on the bridge for 10 hours or whatever. Where's the crapper? I'd have had to like go pee 3 or 4 times at least, but I'm on doing, I'm be like, hey, Lieutenant, sit here. I'm sorry, I made a little wet spot. In my old age, I dribble sometimes. Don't worry about it. Just put a little something down there to absorb it so you don't get it on your uniform. I'll be back in a few. I gotta go pee. So I'll be in the ready room, or the ready room's toilet, the official John. But here's the thing. So if they do poop, which if they're going to eat and drink, they got to piss and they got to dump. Where's it going? All right, now y'all don't puke, but matter, if a replicator, it has to replicate something. It has to have something. You don't get something out of nothing. In other words, you could put a tin can in the replicator and ask it to give you a cheeseburger, but you got to give it something to get something. So that the idea of somehow the replicator just snatches molecules and atoms out of the universe, which that's possible too, but in the type, no, you got to put something in it to get something out of it. So you see Jordy go over and open up the door like a microwave and pop something in, and I want some Earl Grey tea. Where's that shit coming from? It's coming from the shit. It's coming from their feces. It's coming from the garbage. It that it because it gets turned. But there is something that's already there. It passes to them. Yeah, okie dokie. But that's the something, right? So you want a cheeseburger? Okay, when you poop, that cheeseburger that just went through you, we're going to reuse that stuff and make you another cheeseburger. What? But it's going to be, you know, poop happens. Yeah, I'll get my coat. But Mr. Hanky, think about that. But to the point though, that there's something you can take energy from something. There's a transfer. It's in physics. So, but the idea that it's just going to manifest out of nothing like God, yeah. Can you take something else that's got a mass of close to what you need and put it in there and it transfers it into something else? Yeah, because you've exchanged the molecules, right? You replicated, right? So, well, I'm replicating something that I want. Okay, well, then put the old one in there and you get a new one. That would replicate what you wanted. So, what would you put in there to get a hamburger? Well, you'd just take your feces and put it in there and say, I want it, medium rare with cheese and lettuce. Okay. Well, wait a minute. I didn't eat any cheese the last time. So, where's the cheese going to come from? Well, maybe we're going to swipe a little bit of poo from somebody else and it's going to go into but the idea though that um, it could be recycled simply like that because it's matter and it gets changed in the mass of it gets changed into something else. Would we literally be eating shit? Okay, or drinking piss, but these replicators. So just think about that. The laws of physics, you can only go so far, right? So there's been some of this conversation about, is it, what time is it? Oh, it's 3:10. Okay. So now, have you ever heard anybody else talk about where's the toilet paper? Like, hi, I'm an alien. We just came off the shuttle. The toilet's backed up because, Worf had, was listening to Klingon opera and ate this big mork and, and he got the runs. And oh my God, that shuttle's, it had, woo, don't go in there, Mr. Spock, Lord Jesus, I can I can see Spot going, live long and prosper, but I wouldn't go in there. you I would not go in there. Woo! It'd be like, Scotty, beat me out of here, quick. you know, but nobody ever goes to, I mean, seriously, there's all these people that just got off the shuttle. Not one of them's going, where's the toilet? There are no signs in the corridors to ladies or gents or, anyway. Or when they show the quarters, they'll show like a sonic shower or something like that, and I think it was on Battlestar, Battlestar Galactica that whoever it was like standing in a shower, and like the scene lasted like 5 minutes, and I was like, where in the fuck are they getting all this water from on the galactic spaceship? Right? Where's it going? Down the drain? Blah blah. And of course, later on, they had issues with water and had to go someplace to get more. And I was like, well, and tell my people to not take a 5 minute shower, where all that water. I know it was the scene, but it was like you're on a starship, a galactic starship. That you're being what? Some stuff just don't make any sense. Hey, you think you're stoned? Wow, carnival talk. I come from you come from a carny town, cool beans. Um, when I was growing up, there were friends of our family. We became like a second family, literally. When we went to the Bill Stanko and myself were in the same age group in the same class, and um, my sister and Kathy were the same age, and my brother and Judy. I'm sorry, my sister and Judy were the same age, and my brother Danny was same age as Kathy. So, and we all went to Most Holy Redeemer. Well, when the carnival left in the springtime, because school didn't let out for another month, those three kids moved in with us for 5 or 6 weeks every spring, and then at the end of the summer, they would come and spend, from August, somewhere in August, until like Halloween. So for 2.5 months, they in the fall they'd come in, and so. But when it came time for summertime, then they packed my mom packed my bags and shipped me off to the carnival, which I was glad of that. Get away from her, But anyway, so yeah, I grew up on a carnival, literally. Um, and then later on, when I graduated high school, I got into some trouble and stuff, and I could always find, as long as because I had grown up with the show, I could run any ride. I'm not bragging. I mean, because I'd been there, it was part of the business. Well, we don't have anybody on the octopus. I'd go down and run the octopus. When I was real young, I ran the merry-go-round a lot, but I love to run the merry-go-round. And it was an old 1912 merry-go-round with wooden platforms, and it was beautiful. And at one time, it was the oldest traveling merry-go-round. And it was great. It was great. and learned a lot about inertia and things. And, because getting on the outside of it when it's running or stepping off of the merry-go-round when it's running at, at top speed, man, you can get slung off into the fence in a hurry. But on the inside, you can just literally step on, step off, no problem, right? So, but science in a carnival, But at nighttime, we'd let the sidewalls down on the merry-go-round, and man, we'd party as long as we didn't get too loud. We'd play poker, we'd smoked and drank, and we partied inside that merry-go-round. Had a ball. So in a lot of ways, there's gypsy in me. There's that gypsy part in me. I see intergalactic, so the more advanced have no need for money. Yep. Abundance is normal stated. Right. We made enough food for. Oh, yeah. The amount, see, having worked with produce, have grown produce. My one of my wives, her daddy was a farmer and sharecropped and worked at the cotton gin. So, and when I lived down in Berlin in the house that burned down, my friend that owned the land, the house, and the land all around me was a farmer, and I worked with Phil for many years during the seasons, cotton season, and whatever. And he grew cabbage one year, and when I was out of work, there was one of his cousins or something ran a farm a couple of miles down the road, and they cut greens and cabbage, and I worked with them. So I've worked in produce in a lot of ways. One year we did tomatoes. It was about 5 acres of tomatoes. That's a crap load of tomato plants. And, putting them in and staking them up and doing the whole thing, man. So I have worked with it, but so in that though, if something is bruised, and it's really easy to bruise stuff, let me tell you, if anything's bruised or a second or whatever, it never makes it to the store, you know? And so there is so much waste because it has to look perfect. So if it don't look perfect, it don't get put on the shelf, you know? And so because everybody's used to perfect, well, we used to take all the coals, especially like now. If my truck were running, I'd go up towards Tiffin, up there in Omega. Their big sweet potato farms up there. Oh my God! And their sweet taters are delicious. And buy a case every year. And I don't have a case of sweet taters this year, but that's okay. But anyway, um, you could buy coals where when they go through to disc up the potatoes and turn them up so they can pick them up, there are some that will get a slice or a cut or whatever like that, and you can buy a bushel of them for $2, and so it's got a blemish on it. You just cut that part off, and ain't nothing wrong with the tater. You know what I mean? So, but if you're poor, you can sometimes ask the farmers for the culls, because a lot of times they'll just feed them to feed them to hogs or whatever like that. So, but there's a lot of waste before the farmer ever sends it to the gets it on the truck. Well, yeah, by the time things get bruised and bumped and this and that, and then the truck ride or wherever it's going, then there's the bruising and the possible whatever's, and then there's waste there wherever it gets to the store or the produce stand. So, do we waste a lot of food? Absolutely, absolutely. I would say from the production to the store, there's about a third of the produce because of looks is discarded. And that's just like to me that's like unacceptable when there are so many families. So there were some stores that were trying to and it was up to the manager of the store, but they had a Winn-Dixie store in Thomasville, and I got to know the manager, and he caught me out back, and he was like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, I'm going through the vegetables you throw out. I said, just because these squash are bruised, don't make them bad. There's nothing wrong with, the 5 or 6 squash, some zucchini, and some of this and that. And he goes, I know, but I can't leave it on. And he goes, well, every Wednesday is when we change our produce. If you'll come into the store, he said, I can't sell it to you, but he said, I'll put some of this in a bag for you. So you don't have to dig in the dumpster. I was going to school at the time. It was back about 88, 89, back in that time period. So, and I was really poor, and I was really honestly starving, not having much to eat and no job and trying to go to school and raise a son and do all these other things, right? So, and I had another operation on my neck during that time. So lots of stuff going on, no income, living off what little bit of uh, um, um, Georgia had a work program kind of thing. It was like $250 a month or something is what you got for travel and whatever, right? And like $250 ain't much. And even back then in the late 80s, it was hard to get along on $280 a month. But anyway, um, but in light of all this in my lifetime, the lessons have been everywhere. And I look back on some of my attitude. Oh, is it 20? Oh, I missed it, didn't I? Oh, sweet taters, yeah. Take up what was on. It's 420 in Aruba. Yeah. Oh, it is 321. Okay. All right. I'm going to leave it with y'all here, but you know, um, every day is an adventure for each and every one of us in our own ways. And I just, I use my kayaks and canoeing, which I haven't been able to get down on the river because, well, the river is low and my truck ain't work. But uh, I'm thinking good thoughts for the coming year. Oh, Zach, Aruba, we have a friend that comes in the chat that is in Aruba. So we go by Aruba time sometimes. It's Tutu, I love you, Tutu. And I love you, Tutu, too. What Tutu? Desmond? No. Um, Barry, is it? It's Alex that's from Aruba. Am I got that right? Ganja Man? I'm trying to use my brain and remember. I know I get really foggy. Zach, you haven't really hung out with us much, but trust me, you'll get to know the other folks and they'll get to know you too. And I don't know, maybe you've been hanging out in the background. It doesn't matter. I'm finally making my mini mics. Is that a microphone? Oh, mic stand. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got several around the house. I've got, I ain't lying, with all the microphones, not counting the stands now, but if you threw them in, I got at least $1,000 in microphones. I have one that's, when I bought it, it was like $350. It's a Shure. Both of them are Shures, but they're different frequencies. And I've got a stand for every one of them. I've got stands, music, well, guitar, microphone stands with the boom on them because, just the straight up one just does not work. especially if you're a musician like me. And one of these days soon, I have been arguing about it and bitching about it, and I just have just not found the right opportunity. I really just want to, turn on the light and get my guitar and set up the camera, and it might actually be better with my cell phone, but do a live stream and just play some music just for the hell of it, just for the fun of it, and y'all can sing along if you want, you know. But um, yeah, Alex the Ganja Shaman. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, that I had that right. See, there sometimes I remember where some of these folks are from, and I get I get confused there. There are folks that I know in Middle Georgia, and there are folks that are in Alabama, and there are folks that are in Wisconsin, and there are folks that are in New York City. Well, actually, I don't know if I know anybody in New York City, honestly, but New York City, I'm from Jersey. You from Jersey? But we know folks in the UK, and we have friends in Austria and other places. We have friends down under from Australia, and so Zach, there's a few people from all over the world. I mean, there's even somebody from I got it wrong, that's from Singapore, that comes and hangs out with us sometimes, but it's like really early in the morning. I'd have to be up for another 2 hours, to be up long enough for them folks to come on. And this ain't that night because I got stuff to do in the morning. But anyway, I love hanging out with y'all, and thanks for putting up with my crazy thoughts and ways. But it's all to bring us together. We are the League of Like-Minded Beings, and there really isn't a master, but there are seniors, I would say. And I was making a joke earlier, and don't know if anybody really caught it, but I said I'm in the League of Like-Minded Beings. I'm the chapter master. In other words, our little group is like a chapter of whatever organization, right? This is the swamp chapter for the anyway. So, and master, only in that I'm like the master of ceremonies versus, quote, the master of all. I think of it as in terms of master of ceremony. So, I'm the master of ceremonies for this chapter of the League of Like-Minded Beings, So, but anyway, that's how I perceive this thing in my demented way, But all y'all are participants, and we're a group, and it's almost there are sometimes I get the feeling, because I was did a lot of theater and so forth. I get the feeling that as we are here together as a group, that in some odd way we're rehearsing something. I really don't know what that means, but it's like, well, we've all come together. The synchronization, the fact that Zach's here tonight, and Teresa was on earlier, and then Barry showed up later, and that it says that there are 14 of you in the chat room, that are watching. So it's like, welcome, blessings to all y'all. I love you guys, I do. And the fact that most of you get along are, I have, the little bit of arguments that have happened over the last few years have been minimal, and we take care of it between us, and as properly and as nicely as we can. And fortunately, it's been very few. So I'm proud of you folk. I'm just the master of ceremonies. I'm just running the I'm just running the I'm not really steering the boat, but I got a hold of the rudder and trying to keep us out of deep water, I guess, or whatever. Trying to keep us off the shoals, you know. I know the river well enough to keep us out of the bad spots. I know where the tree roots are and the stumps to avoid, so you don't run into something. So, and no, don't go in there. There's no outlet. you know, you'll have to turn around and come back. Go ahead, but just know that you're gonna have to turn around and come back. Things like that. True reason. You did. You came on at exactly the same time. You appeared instantly at the same time. Yeah, gliding along the lazy river. Yep, absolutely. And I thought that this fall I was going to be on the river so much, and then my truck has not been running, and I've had issues, and one thing after another, and not being able to get the right parts, and then when I do get them, they don't work, and holy crap! So I have not been on the water like I really thought I was going to be able to do this fall. But I ain't dead yet, and we had almost an inch of rain today. So the river usually comes up about a foot and a half to 2 feet with an inch of rain. So uh, yeah, watch that tiller, absolutely. But I so much want to get back on the water again, just to go floating. There's just something about being on the water. And a lot of folks, I don't know, it's like, well, don't you go fishing? Yeah, I got a fishing license. I got tackle and rods and reels and yeah, but there's just so much comfort and just gliding along the river, gliding along on my, carousel. I don't know. I absolutely believe in one of my previous lives, or maybe several of my previous lives. I was a pioneer in one way, shape, or another. I was a pioneer because if you go back any time in the last 100 years, you'd have been a pioneer. So um, but I think for me, is just something about being on the water, on a river or something, and wanting to adventure and float and go see and go adventure. And other people are like, yeah, we'll go out on the lake and paddle around a little bit, and then they come back. Yeah, we'll get down the river. Yeah, okay, but it for me is like, nah, come on, let's go paddle. You know. Well, I don't know. It seems like a long way. Nah, come on. You know. Well, I don't know. Hey, oh, we got another one of those bots. Dang it. Barry, I said earlier when you was before you got on, I said, and I still kind of think about this. Them folks who put bots on this channel, business must really suck for them. If they have to come to this channel to put that kind of stuff in the chat, I mean, I don't know. And I agree with that, Zach. I'm always wanting to know what's around the next bend. And in one of the cards I read the other night, man, they just boy did they really set with me. Um, that there's a statement about you know you have to find every dead end in the woods to know the woods well, and if you know the woods well, you know that it's always changing. The woods it's always changing. It never stays the same. You might know the woods, all the dead ends and all the little places, like me in the swamp, right? So you might know all these dead ends and everything, and but the thing is, in order to really know the river, you got to go down the dead ends. You got to go in these places that somebody else might not go. But when the water's really low, I literally will pull you. I always take a couple of walking sticks with me, and I use them to push or to pull through low spots or muddy spots. And boy, do they come in handy, especially getting out of a kayak or canoe. It'll hold you steady and keep you from busting your butt. But Anyway, but in life, if you know your neighborhood, or if whatever it is that you do in life, if you paint or play music or whatever, you have to, in order to understand your craft or what you do, you have to go down little roads and travel around a little bit. Hey, it's 20 anytime I want it to be, as per your instructions. So it's 20. Join me if you can. It's 3:35 here, and I really do need to get to town tomorrow. I have to take some stuff into the county tax office and prove my income, kind of thing. I could wait till next week, but I'd really like to go tomorrow and get it done. It's one of them things that, if I hold off, something else will happen. And anyway, I want to get it done by the end of this year, which is today, especially since I missed it earlier yesterday when we had that big rain and tornadic weather in the very, for me, that's pretty damn close when it's like 15 miles away. So, but there are other folks that were a lot closer. Oh, it took me a while to get that one out. Anyway, thank you, bless me. But the tornado went through some areas where I used to live, kind of thing, in that direction. So I hope nobody got hurt, but it was on the ground long enough to where it was on the, it was not it wasn't a tornado watch. It was a tornado warning. It had been sighted and it was on the ground. So, but anyway, I hope that nobody got hurt. Yeah, Susie, I'm fixing to leave out of here too. Good night, Susie. Sweet dreams. And for everybody, uh, big day tomorrow. And for those of us, whether or not this ET stuff comes true or not, I don't have a clue. But here's one thing. If I was going to think about whether or not comets are going to hit us and we're all going to be dead this next year versus ET coming and we're going to have this really positive change in the world, I would rather think that ET, okay? Because some of this other stuff about how dreadful things are going to be next year, I really don't want to take that with me. I do not want to put that into my future. And so many folks are, even last night, kind of thing, talking about some of this stuff, and I had to turn it off, even though I was supposed to listen to some of it. And I was like, no. And so many people in the chat were like, oh, the next year is going to be so horrible. Jesus is coming, and we're all going to be, and I'm like, oh, here we go again. But all these people, so in the next 2 or 3 days, whether ET shows up or not, doesn't matter. I mean, if it does, okie dokie, right? We'll figure something out. And God knows if somebody tries to start a nuclear war or something, we'll figure that out. So, but for those folks who want to, that are all about the apocalypse, I still pray for them folks because they are trying to get people to join, Jesus and the cause, if you will. But it's all about fear, and it's all about the prophecies must be fulfilled before the second coming and all this other stuff. And before you could get raptured or whatever. And I have talked about this before. There are many times that I have had rapturous moments in nature and in just stuff, right? that, wait a minute, so we don't have to wait till we die to feel the rapture of and the grace of the spirit of the source of the universe of God, if that's your term. But you know that we can accept it and receive it if we practice it and learn it. So to end this session, my dear friends, Zach, it's been great having you, and Susie and Barry and Miss Pearl, uh, White Moth. I was touched. Oh, hey, Katniss, 8:39 there. Yeah, you have a good year too. It's good up, that I stayed up late enough to catch you. Oh, that's okay. It's all right. We understand. Yes, it is easy to control scared people. And with this new variant and stuff, and some of the things that have been said about what they, if this one don't work, what they got planned for the next one. They've already got a contingency if this version don't work the way they want it to. It's like, what? Oh yeah, it's hot on the line. The CIA and folks and the bad guys, the Flash, uh, hybrid types that are working for to get rid of as many of us as possible because whatever their agenda is. And then there are the folks like the Charistas who are working their butts off and dying trying to keep these folks from achieving their agenda. Which one do you support? I support the angels. I support them folks that are trying to keep the bad guys from, decimating the human race. And if there are ETs listening at the moment and my brother angels and stuff, listen, we really could use your help because if you showed up and proved that you were there to help us, I think a lot of people would stand up and go, yay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, God. Thank you to the universe. We got some help with this. They're going to, if they do have these technologies, which they obviously do if they're flying around in space, that whatever it is, we would have something to learn from it, you know? And so it would be good just in that, whether there are med beds or replicators or whatever, just to know these folks and to share what they have. And for us human beings, because, we're quite, uh, uh, handy in our ways of, show me how to do something and I'll figure something out. Like those people who will take a weed eater and put a prop on it and use it on a boat, and go flying down a river. I love those videos and I want to do that one day. I've got an old tiller, have been looking at how I can put a prop on it. So, but anyway, but the idea that, ingenuity. So they show you one thing and go, well, I might not be able to duplicate that exactly, but and there's a lot of Southern ingenuity and, Afro engineering and, Polish, there was a thing about something about Polacks back in the day. But anyway, to come to find out later on that there are a lot of Polacks that were, very industrious and quite inventive, like that. So it really wasn't a joke. But, give somebody a piece of string and they'll figure out how to make a rope out of it. I mean, anyway. But so uh you too, Katniss. Oh, okay, you were talking to the other David, but that's okay too. Um, but so, you know, our future thought, let's why I have to keep an eye on these crazy clowns that are talking about the apocalypse. Everything is apocalyptic. Now I gotta say there have been some very tragic events, but well, that's another prophecy, and and it says so, and blah blah blah. And it's like scaring people to come to Jesus is just, I'm sorry, to me, is the wrong motivation. But people are scared at this time, and there are a lot of things that could be construed as apocalyptic and prophetic, okie dokie. But if you want to keep your head in that area, then you're not going to be able to see the rest of the scenery. Like that card I pulled, with the eagle and the hawk. And hawk is all about being observant. So part of my Hawkeye two feathers is the observant. So you got to get up a little higher and look beyond your horizon to see what's over them trees over there. If there was a joke years ago, and I still find it funny, but and there was this guy who literally had lived in Africa for a couple of years, and he was telling me, he goes, in Africa, and I thought he was being serious. And he goes, in Africa, they have this tiny little bird. And I go, yeah. And he goes, and it lives in the tall grass. Really? Yeah. It'll dense, tall grass. You see the lions and the tall. Yeah, it likes that kind of tall grass. Yeah. He goes into this grand explanation of the grasses out on the thing, and here's this Fakawi bird. And I said, yeah. And he goes, the problem with the bird is that it can only fly like about a foot or so off the ground, but it loves to live in grass that's 18 inches to 2 feet tall. And I said, wow, that must be interesting for the bird, right? And he goes, yeah. He said, do you know what the mating call is of this little bird? And I said, no. And he goes, where the fuck are we? 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 I still laugh. I'm sorry. I forgot to mention at the beginning that the name of the bird was the Fakawi bird. So, and the mating call of the little bird was Weta Fakawi in the tall grass, which they couldn't see over. But in a lot of ways, that's actually a really good metaphor, right? In that there are those folks who can fly, but they can only fly so high, and the grass is a little taller. And so rather than it is a cute joke, ain't it? I mean, I messed it up because I didn't tell you the name of the bird at the beginning, but it's the Fakawi bird. But so in life, though, there are a lot of times when I have thought about, you know, them folks over there are just like the Fakawi birds, because they're wandering around, kind of looking at each other, going, "Where the Fakawi?" you know, what am I doing in life? What does life mean to me? Why did God put me here? Now I've went through these stages in my life, so I get that, but and I relate to having been the Fakawi bird at times when had not a clue where I was going, especially in this shaman, journey and uh, apprenticeship. But um, there are times though when it's like I feel too tired, especially at 69 and a quarter. That my arms are a little weak and I can't quite get up to the top of that grass. But I'll find a spot, where I might, have to spend a day or so down on the ground hunting and pecking. But then the wind will pick up and I'll catch it just right and I'll be able to sail to the top and find a branch so I can look out over the top of the grass. So, but in that though, I take the information that I see when I can look over the top of the grass and go, oh, there's a tree over yonder. If I keep going in this direction, even if I'm in the tall grass, if I go this way or that way, so if I keep heading for that tree off in the distance, I might, there might be fruit under it or acorns or. So but there are those folks who just stay in the grass, sort of like Jonathan Livingston's seagull. I never did finish that story, but in that Jonathan learns how to glide and fly even higher when he meets this one seagull. And they take him and he joins the class and they teach him all these tricks and stuff. And, and one day he's flying with his master, if you will, as a master craft or master carpenter or master electrician or master plumber. I don't mean like, grad, anyway. So, but he's flying along with his master and he looks over to his side and his master just starts to disappear. And his fellow seagull that, he was the master and Jonathan was the apprentice. So he looked over and it was like, hey, what's going on? You're disappearing right before my eyes. And he said, well, when you learn how to fly and as high and as acrobatic as I have, as we all do, we learn that there's another way of flying. And he flew into the astral plane and just disappeared. But it was sort of like Yoda, like, comes back and talks to Luke, and so, but he became the master to the younger students then. And as he taught the students, Jonathan learned even more about his techniques. And, he became a master in his own right from just practicing and teaching. And then one day he was flying along with one of his students. And his student said, well, Jonathan, I can see right through you, kind of thing. And Jonathan, he was like, I understood what my master meant now. It's time for me to fly even higher than my wings can take me, kind of thing. It's a very interesting book. Jonathan Livingston Seagull. I'm cute. Thank you. Me and my old age and ugly mug, right? I had to shave and clean up. I was like, man, I'm just starting to look kind of haggard. And not that I go anywhere and really do anything, but I was like, ah, man, who is that guy, Um, but anyway, so in life, we kind of have to take a look at where we are, and you say, well, I feel like I've been, you know, my wings are tiny and I can't fly very high. Um, and I feel like I've been in the woods or whatever, and I don't know what, there are people at our age of 69 and a quarter that are still lost. They're still asking the question to themselves and to the universe, what is my journey in life? What is my path? What should I be doing? And like, well, if you've raised kids and done a decent job, if you work in your community, people in the neighborhood, if just being a normal person is okay. It's not like everybody has to have some kind of shaman journey or some truly heavy duty religious experience. But I was proud of my niece Jennifer, who even wrote a book about it, about her journey and the religious experience she had, not necessarily religious, but spiritual. And I was very happy for her. She went through a lot of trauma and turmoil. Um, she lost her father died when she was very young from cancer, so she never got to meet him, and neither did her brother, who's older than her. So in her, it was like there. She grew up with my dad, and my adopted mom passed away, and my aunt Shirley. They raised Jennifer, and with sometimes with her mom Lynn, but they had made an agreement a long time ago, so they lived with grandparents rather than a father figure. It was more like a grandpa figure, which it was. So, but then to have all these questions about her real father, what was he like? And she was going through this period in her life where it really mattered. So she went on on this journey. So, but I'm very proud when not everybody is fit for it. Not everybody's supposed to have one. Hey, Travis, how are you? Um, but for those folks who realize that life is a journey, period, you know, and it is whatever you decide to make it. You hear me talk about my grandma Raleigh. In her old age, she was content to be the grandma of the neighborhood. There were young kids and young teenagers, and there was a swimming pool, and all the kids in the neighborhood, and grandma was kind of looked out for all them folks. And they all, hated when she passed. And she loved to go fishing, and she loved to go, sit outside. She loved her little garden area. She loved her flowers, and she was a sweet, grand old lady. And when I saw her about 2 days before she passed, she was just glowing. And she was sitting in her like this, going like this. And she looked over at me and she said, "David, don't tell your mom." And I said, "Okay, Grandma." And she goes, "But her husband's name was Fred, but he had red hair and they called him Red. It was his nickname." So she was like, "Red's waiting for me. I can see him." And I looked up with her and I said, "I know, Grandma." And she was literally climbing a ladder into heaven. And she goes, "Please don't tell him." And I was like, "It's all right, Grandma. I got you." But for her, but I saw her making the transition 2 days, 3 days before she actually passed. But I'm telling you, she glowed, you know. But well, like my adopted mother, as I've said, her heart was dark and black, and there was no light around her at all. So, but what what our mission is in life, and it can be very simple, like my grandma Raleigh, and not any great momentous thing. She ran a business. She helped raise us, her grandkids. She helped raise the kids in the neighborhood, and she was just a grand lady, right? And helped people when she could. When I was in jail, she came to see me. This old lady was frisked and had to do the thing to come see me when I was in jail, when a lot of other people would not come. But she made my aunt bring her to town, and she went through the whole process. And in that year's time in jail, I think she came and saw me 3 times, and which is a lot, when some other folks didn't come but maybe once, if at all. And so the fact that my granny loved me that much to come see me in prison, and go through the frisking and all to do what they do to let you in. And she did it willingly and loved me. So those were the kind things that she did. When her daughter, my adopted mother, refused, to take her into town or to come see me or whatever, wouldn't do it. So, you know, Grandma showed the example. Grandma showed her kindness, regardless of what her daughters thought, regardless of what anybody else thought. She came to see me, uh, when I was in prison, and made the effort. And so, I look at people around, and there are people, you don't have to be, you know, to me, she was a saint. But I mean, there are those other folks. Well, I do all these good things, but what about some things that might really matter? Like something like this, or just you know, it might be something hard to swallow. In other words, well, I don't know. That makes me uncomfortable. Well, but you don't think Granny was uncomfortable to be frisked, to go into the jail to visit me, or whatever? It was uncomfortable for her, but she went through it, right? So to me, there are people that are like that in life, that they just do simple things. And those simple things, to many people, the kindness in her heart, from yesterday's video or the other day, I can't remember. But so we carry kindness in our heart. The rest of today, we make up our minds to leave all the nasty trash and all the negative feelings, and screw the apocalypse. I know years ago I talked about it, but we are in that season. It is true that the veil is being lifted in so many ways. And whether the veil reference in the Bible also relates to the energies that are supposed to be coming through here very shortly, that we're all going to see a flash of light and we're all going to be feeling different on the other side. Okay, I'm willing. What an adventure it's going to be either way. But I refuse to think we're all going to die next year. I ain't doing it. So keep your prayers well. It's 4 a.m. in the morning time. I don't think I can wait 20 more minutes. I honestly can't. But I love you, my dear friends. It's 4 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Southwest Georgia. It's been a strange kind of day with tornadoes in the area, but we got an inch of rain and the skies have cleared up fairly. And oh, by the way, Orion was way up in the sky overhead, which means the planet has rolled south. For Orion, which is normally in a position like here, and this being the Earth, Orion is like here. So the constellations ain't moving, we are. So from being here, positioned in the sky, the Earth has rolled. So now it looks like it's more overhead. That's what's going on. Yeah, everybody rest well. Please be safe. If you're going to do any partying or anything, have a good time, but just be safe. If you're sure enough going to get tanked or get, extra stoned, be somewhere where you don't have to go driving around afterwards. Plan it somewhere, wait till you get to the house to do that extra doobie or whatever. So please be careful, have fun, be safe. I'm looking forward to 2022. You know, this year could have been better, could have been a lot worse. But because of everybody wishing for better, all the people who've had enough of the vid, they've had enough of the thing, they've had enough of that, they've had enough. So might there be some arguing? Maybe. If the aliens don't step in and this energy wave doesn't come in like it's supposed to, and change everybody's opinions and give us more insight, blah, blah, blah. If that don't happen, well, it'll be similar to this last year. Let's see if we can do any better, though. You know, let's see if we make sure we stand up and speak up at the right times, but that we're not belligerent and we don't speak with hatred. We have to keep kindness in our hearts and in our minds. I think that's a uh, have a great night, you too. It's going to be a great, real cold this weekend. Yeah, we're supposed to get some cold weather in by Monday. So we're about a day or so behind you. But yeah, it's going to be like 53 for the high on Monday. And it was like 80 something today down here. It was like, wow, I got the fan on. It's almost January 1st. I got the fan on. Okay. I love you, my dear friends. I continue to pray honestly and into this next year. Going to keep the prayers going because with all of you hanging out and sharing and at least understanding that we're all connected and understanding the basics and agreeing that we all are like-minded beings. Those just simple things mean a lot to me in the long run. The fact that I've been able to pull cards for people that say that the message is right on. I thank my spirit guides and my angel for helping me with those things. I'm asked now and in the future that this will continue and that the messages that come through are, to me, they're vital because it does give me a sense of you know a direction, maybe hope or something, a little bit of guidance. Don't know what it is, but I'm very proud that to be of service for you all and for the general population in that the messages, speaking the messages. So I think it's only going to get better one way or the other. Let's hope that the crazies don't get their way. So, but I'm just gonna Have a good year. Keep it simple, you know. Have a good year. And that means a lot to whoever it means. But if it's abundance, if it's wealth, if it's whatever, have a good year. So, and in a few hours, it'll be that new year. Ain't that weird? So that all of a sudden we have to sign our checks differently or whatever, right? So, but anyway, uh, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. What's that? Is this the river crossing coming galactic wave? Um, there are different variations on it. Um, some folks say it's going to be like a flash, and it's going to happen all at once, all the way around the world. It's just going to be like blink, like what the was that? And that'll be like the beginning, and everything after that will be getting used to what happened. You know what I mean? So, and then there are those that are saying, well, the energy is going to hit us and it's not going to be a bright flash, but everybody's going to feel this woo kind of thing, like I've been talking about for years. If you're sitting in an inner tube and have been on the ocean at all in an inner tube, or even on a lake with waves or with boats go by or something, you feel that little kind of whoop to do when the wave hits and you're sitting in the inner tube. And so there are those. I get personally. I guess maybe it's my because I'm a water dragon and I'm connected to water and all that. I see things in that aquatically, if you will. So it's like it's going to be a whoa, and that go over the hump and back down the other side. Like, whoa, that was fun. Can we turn around and do that again? So now, whether or not that's actually what it is, or whether it's a bright flash, but for some time now, even when Brian was alive, and yeah, I got my Milky Way T-shirt on. You can't really see it, but I got it in honor of my dear friend. And he's out there swimming around in the universe somewhere. Hi, buddy. But in that, though, and, for me to keep him alive, it's all about the memory and the discussion. But in a lot of these things, we agreed so much. It was just like we agreed a lot on stuff that really never got on air or got discussed in other ways, but we understood. It was very strange and a very good, experience. I wish that I had actually met him, and had he lived, I would have met him this last summer when I was up in his area. So, but anyway, but it is what it is. But in the understanding of things, though, the fact that you all are here, that we can share the energy, and that we can, share this energy. Um, if it wasn't an experiment, as I've talked about, and it wasn't, because Brian and I both agreed it wasn't how many people we had on our channel. It was about the people and how they reacted, and you know, uh, as a tribe, as a soul tribe, as a group, as a league of like-minded beings. And here y'all are. So this coming year, I think y'all are thinking positive thoughts. Thank you for letting me be here and be your, master of ceremonies again for tonight, this morning. Um, and I just say, despite what they might want to throw at us, we're going to take it in stride. You know, we're going to do the best we can. We're going to take it in stride. So, and it's going to be a great adventure. So I continue to pray. Me and Doug are both, when we put our 2 feet outside to go pee. Yeah, when he's got to go, so do I. So, but I continue to pray that each and every day, and so does he, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, which still is important to me, I continue to pray that each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe, and that you will continue to reject the chaos that is unnecessary in your life. Uh, I love you too, guys. Barry, David, Michelle, Katniss, and I know there's somebody else up there that's watching. I love y'all. I really do. And um, to be the hokey that I am, you know, the world could turn to shit in 3 weeks, or 3 days, or 3 months, or maybe not this coming year, but in 3 years. Anything's possible. But if we just accept it that we're still part of the universe, if we accept the simple things, whatever comes our way, we'll figure it out. That's the faith that you need. What should I believe in anything? Have faith in that whatever comes our way, we'll figure it out. And as a group, as the like-minded beings or soul tribe, all of the above, we'll figure it out. And because of your friendship between you and me and you and each other, what a great accomplishment. And I'm very honored to be your master of ceremonies. So have a great day. It's the last day of this year. Let's trash our shit. If it hadn't rained like it did today, I'd be having bonfires tomorrow. But I did find some old gasoline and some diesel fuel, and who knows? I have a lot of wood that I've got stacked up that limbs and things. It'd be real hard to catch on fire, but with some gasoline and a little diesel fuel thrown in, I should explode with. And I found some old firecrackers too. Um, so yeah, Michelle, everybody, y'all be safe. Come on, if you get bored. Oh, tomorrow? I don't think I'll be in a bad mood, but I'm not making any permanent plans for tomorrow night. But yeah, I was thinking about just getting on and bringing in the new year for those folks who ain't got nothing else. But yeah, we pick each other up, absolutely. And I gotta say though, I haven't really felt down. Like, oh my God, the depression I used to have. Holy crap! I haven't felt down in a long time. I have been tired, and my brain has had to um, take a day or two rest, which is for all my uh, head trauma that I've had. The fact that I can still, walk and talk and breathe and wake up at all, that's a good thing. So, like I told my sister yesterday, like I said almost 4 hours ago, that after doing the Christmas Eve show, which was Christmas Day, they have really got to be sinking low to come in. I know I'm crazy, but what? It's not that you got the gall to come in here and do it. It's like, are you serious? You just don't care? Ooh, there's a channel that's live. Let me come in there and drop something. But anyway, but what? I almost feel special in a way. But anyway, so it's 4:13 and I deem it 4:20. I'm going to take one more before I go because I really do have to get up and walk around and go and get something to drink and get ready for bed. So um, um, I don't know. I I feel divine feminine rising. And with that said, something that has been in the cards recently is to remind us that the true divine nature of things is both male and female. There is the divine female, but the true divinity is the bond between them, just like the helix, just like our DNA. So, if there are some folks who would think only of the feminine side, and it's like, I see y'all out there, I really do, but in all the cards and stuff, the true divine is the two in the combination that makes that spiral. So, but yeah, all you ladies out there praying for you. But at the same time, remember the true divinity in the universe is that combination. Now, unfortunately for me, I have not had a long term relationship, but as I have looked back over it, I wasn't meant to be. Happy 420. And then I saw a long time ago that as much as I wanted to be with a partner in my older age and that we would hold hands and watch the sunset, that I realized that that really wasn't what I was supposed to have. Because to find a woman who would come down here in the swamp and sit and watch, that's very difficult to find anyone or someone who would actually participate, right? And um, that we would get along. And I also realized that for my shaman's journey, that I had to be the. There have been a lot of times where I've been by myself and alone down here, not married or in any kind of relationship, and I was so lonely and so depressed and so and it just wait. Why can't I have a girlfriend? Why can't I be? Why can't I have a relationship? Why would blah blah blah? Oh man, the time I wasted on that shit. But because I thought, and it goes back to when I was born, I was taken away from my mother. So I've had a separation anxiety, and that a woman filled that void. And it wasn't that I was looking for a mother figure, but I was looking for a nurturing person that I could love and hold and snuggle with, right? And so, like my last wife, oh, she was anything but wanting to snuggle. But anyway, it was all about mechanics. Talk about, thank you, ma'am. It was like, thank you, sir. We're done. What? Um, there was no cuddling. So different people, different styles, different personalities, different whatevers. But in my lifetime, and I'm a Libra, so I was like, yeah, women, yeah, absolutely. But to like, not there's some lessons you need to learn, and the only way you can learn them is by yourself. Because to be able to get over needing a mate to feel whole, I spent a bunch of years on that one. And I found out that it would be lovely to have a mate if I could find someone and get along and all that. At my age, I doubt that's going to happen, but I'm still open, but I'm not soliciting, per se. But if I met someone and we got along, okay. But where before I fretted about it, I mean, I joined, the online groups to find a mate kind of thing, right? Oh, there's got to be somebody out. There's got to be something. Yeah, okay. And then finally one day I woke up and I said, "Do you know how much my spirit guides?" Because I was starting to pay attention. They said, "Do you know how much time you have spent on this in trying to find a relationship?" When you and they're talking to me and they're when you dumbass haven't even learned who you are yet, you're looking for a mate, you're looking for someone to complete you, you know the drill. And I was like, but you really haven't learned about yourself yet. And my argument was, but I lived all this time and I have all this experience. And they look down at me and they go, yeah, and you're still acting like a teenager in some ways, which was absolutely true. I was acting like a teenager in high school in certain ways about my feelings when I realized, now this has been years ago in my therapy, but when I realized it was separation anxiety from birth, and I could look back and go, oh, wait, no, 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 no. So in a relationship, I was like, I, you're not replacing my mother in any way, shape, or form, but you really smell nice and your skin is soft. And, I like holding hands with you. So with that said, but in learning and understanding, it's 420, and there's one more in this. Ooh, that was the bottom of the bowl. That'll make me tiny-eyed. But but anyway, different people going through different lifestyles, through different, you know, kind of like butterfly metamorphosizing. And in some ways, it's like snake in that, and this would be a good time if you want to think about snake in that we're going to shed our skin of 2021 and leave that sucker behind. So we're shedding our whatever nasties or whatever we might have picked up this year. And we're going to be, as we go into 22, that skin's just going to peel right off of us and we're going to be nice and clean and shiny on the other side. Now, I know there are a lot of people that don't like snakes or seen them, whatever, but there's been a lot of snakes here around the farm. And to see a snake just before it molts, it's this gray color and its eyes, they can't see. And then, I've literally watched a snake peel out of it. Or, and then there was one time that it had just peeled. And I was like, holy crap, there's like this 5 foot long, you know, peeled snake skin. Perfect, right? And I was like, it was still flexible and it didn't break. And I was like, that snake's nearby. And then when I saw it, it was, one of the, oak snakes that have lived around here for years. And just a shiny and pretty and color and just gleaming and even had like a smile on his face. And so it's like, okey doke, you know, everything's groovy. So there are a lot of ways to think of how we get into this next year. And for me, there are a lot of times it's like the image of shedding this skin and going into the next year. And also for me being a water dragon in the Chinese calendar, and in a lot of ways it fits me. But that sometimes I can just visualize things and I get it better. There's this really nice picture in my head or a feeling or something like that. So it always seems to go better with a picture or a little short video in my head. Uh, 423. I did mine slightly early, and I'm out of it. There's nothing but coals in here. Maybe I'll do one more time. I think there's one more. Yeah, here one more for this is the end of this year. Okay. Puff puff pass for the end of this year. Bye. Come on, come on tomorrow. Because next year is tomorrow at the same time. Tomorrow at this same time next year. there was somebody was talking ET stuff, and they was like, and one of the folks asked, they said, well, um, what'll you do if this actually comes true in these next few weeks or tomorrow, the next day, or whenever this is supposed to happen, right? And the person says, I'd add a little bit of um, uh, Crown Royal into my coffee. And I was like, there's a bottle of Jack Daniels that sits up there to remind me, because I used to drink a pint a day, damn near. Uh, I got capitalized high finger. What? I'm a tiger born in the season of water. Molting. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't catch up. But so what for whatever it means in the Chinese calendar or whatever, there are certain traits like being a Libra. I do always try to seek balance, and it used to be that if things went too good, it's almost like I had to have a train wreck to keep things in balance. I mean, almost like Coyote. There was a lot of Coyote back in the day for me. And I really did not intentionally do it, but I can see where, looking back and having pulled these cards enough here this last year to be able to say, oh man, Coyote has dogged me over the years to teach me lessons. Yeah, whoopee! To old acquaintance be forgot and never left to part. Should old acquaintance be forgot in the days of old lang syne? Who was he? Old lang syne, my dear. A couple lived in the days of old lang syne. This song kept playing in my head. I'm sorry. I picked up at the end. Somebody's singing it somewhere. It's almost like I can hear it in my head. And we're just past the 4 o'clock hour somewhere, would just past the top of the hour. So it's a new year for somebody on the other side of the planet from us, which will be interesting because the sun will be coming up here in just a little bit. But anyway, I hope that everybody have a great day. Keep your hands and feet in the right. Absolutely, especially as a carny, you know, uh, when oh, that's another one. There's a bot. That's a bot. Zap it, man. I don't know how to do it. I'm so glad you do. I swear to goodness. You know, there's so many things that I would probably understand, but I just like, what's this? And sometimes, you know, a few years back, I would have said that well, I did think I was going crazy, but in hearing voices in my head and stuff, and now it's like it's regular. But there are times when it seems like there's like cosmic stuff that's going on in my head, and there are times when I have to block it out, but there are times when I know I just kind of like I just have to stay open and whatever's coming in and however it's being translated or whatever, I got to do it. And most of the time, I share a lot of this information with you all. So, I guess it's good. I hope it's good. It's sent with love and etc. Um, but like a lot of times, it usually takes 3 days. If they give me a subject or a topic or something, it takes me 3 days of meditation and cogitation and whatever before I bring it up and have a 5 hour chat about it, which is what I'm working on. So the higher the frequency, old things stop resonating with you. And it's been an interesting ride as far as interpreting yourself to the frequency. For example, I, as much as I would have liked to have, visited my granddaughter, my truck and vehicle issues have not allowed me to hardly leave the yard. Okay. I'm not going to be pissed off about it. I'm not going to, nothing, right? Um, there are things, if I, in previous years, I would have um, pined about, if you will. Oh, I wish I could be with my granddaughter. Oh, I wish I could have visited. I wish I could have been with, I wish I could have, and then all this wish to could have, when reality says, no, but, you need to have your truck fixed. You have to do that. So the wish to could have can send you into um, a depression. It used to do me, and I was my worst enemy in that. But the holidays and wanting to be there, and oh, I wished I was with my friends, and you know the drill, right? And so I wallered in it. You hear me, y'all? Wallered in it, self pity or whatever it was back then. And so these last few years, as I have been progressing with myself, I realized that, I don't have those longings anymore. I don't have those, oh, I wish that I still love my family, I still send prayers out. That ain't it. But I have become more of the observer in that when it's, um, if I send out prayers to like my sister, my brothers, and whatever, I send it out with love and genuine, true affection. And, but if I don't feel anything back from them, like I seem to be more in touch with my brother Andy than any others, and plus my sister Lynn, but that's okay, you know. But we do have, the three of us seem to have a connection because Lynn's got a better connection with Andy than some of the others, right? So it's groovy. But the fact that we have it, you know, having not lived together, just recently met kind of thing. So that's interesting. But in that, the longing to have family, the longing, oh, if I don't have somebody here with me for Christmas, oh, if I don't have a treat, I nowhere near that. But I still feel very connected to the universe, if anything, more so than I have in years past, because instead of spending any of my energy on the wish to couldas, I spend it on, well, I have all these trees. Um, uh, I'll mention it again, but many years ago, my friends were like, you got to have a tree. So I'd say, okay. So I would go down and buy a live tree and decorate it here in the house. And then when Christmas was over, I planted it on the hill. So I have three 25, 30 foot tall, uh, you know, uh, they're evergreen pines, right? Big things, right? It's a good thing I didn't plant them any closer together. But from those three trees, the birds have eaten the seeds and the berries off of them. And there are these little Christmas trees all over my property from those three originals that I planted. And I mean, they're all over the place. You want a Christmas tree? I'll give you one. Just come dig it up. And a couple of years ago, a friend of mine did, and he wanted to put them in front of his house. And, they grow up really quick. I got one at the driveway that ain't actually on my property. Uh, it actually belongs to the county, but I'm gonna have to trim it because it's getting too big. I mean, it's right at the road, right at my driveway. Uh, it's it's big Christmas tree right there, all the time. So that marks my driveway. You can find where I live right by the Christmas tree. It literally almost on the road. Uh, but anyway, so it started out just a little sapling. But so I have Christmas around me all the time. And so rather than, oh, the holiday season, no, when I walk up the driveway, I pass several of these trees and I have to pass my Christmas tree at the driveway when I go to get the mail. So it's like, and every time I look at it, every time I see it, I think I'm so glad I bought those three original Christmas trees that 3 years when I first moved down here. And now I have all these Christmas trees on my property. And the birds eat the berries and then they poop them and then more of them grow. It's, holy mackerel, there's a bunch of them. But what a blessing Mother Nature gives. And one of the things that in native lore, um, when going way back in the histories of some native traditions and lore and legends, that the earth was a lot warmer in places, kind of sort of like the dinosaur in a way, in that, there were a lot more fruits and vegetables, and it was more tropical up here. And that one of the things, and many of the legends tell, that, there were, they didn't have to kill animals because there was like a Garden of Eden in a way that they had lots of fruits and nuts and berries and they had everything they required. And then the cold came, and then the snows came, and it killed those things. And as the story tells about the oh god, antlers and uh, it's not the elk. Anyway, one of like the deer family. It's a giveaway. They came out and told mankind, you know, I can see your need, and mankind was dying, and they said, look, if you're cold, uh, what you should do is you should kill and strip my hide and stay warm. Well, we're hungry and we don't have anything to eat. Well, you should kill me and strip my hide to keep you warm and eat of my flesh to keep you alive. I am creator's gift. I am gift to mankind because when the winters came, the only way they could survive was to eat meat. And so to the Eskimos, we eat seal and whale and fish and salmon and all that. Do they get a lot of vegetables? No, but they have thrived for thousands and thousands of years up in the Northwest and all around. So it's like, so the people's needs are met, whether the people think folks down here, if you compare yourself to an Eskimo, uh, it's 150 miles across the ice to anywhere, to the next igloo. Um, and so, but people live there. A lot of people are comfortable living there. The Inuit, other folks, and the Tlingit and folks that I've met from up there, very hardy people and very different in their thought process. And having been up there and on the coast, not as long as I would have liked to, but I at least got an opportunity to experience what the Pacific coast is like up there in the Northwest. I was like, oh, okay. I see. Now I get it. I've smelt the salt air of the Atlantic. I've smelt the salt air of the Gulf of Mexico, but to smell the air and the presence of the Pacific, I was in awe of the Pacific. Just saying, up on the coast and high up off the bank, and I was in awe of the Pacific. You just don't get them kind of views with the Atlantic and the Gulf, in my opinion. Of course, I haven't been up in Maine where they got cliffs and stuff that look out over the Atlantic, but the along the Pacific coast, I was much amazed. We camped along there and so forth. And I can still feel the fog on my face and smell it and see it, and whew, it's one of those places that I can like go back to and stand out there on, because while I was there, I was like, man, I really got to take this in. I really have to feel, and it was easy to do, but I really have to feel this spot because I might not ever get back here again. So I really want this experience to sink in. So that was my meditation. And so we were there day and a half in that one spot. Well, it took us several days to go down the coast, and we started up in Seattle. But anyway, the experience of the Pacific and that kind of thing, and be able to relate to it. Did I live there a long time? No, but I have revisited. I have stood on that cliff so many times, and is it a memory? I'm sure. But there are sometimes when I close my eyes, I just literally feel like I'm there. Like when I was in jail and I used to feel like I was on the farm and could hear the hog uh, feeders go up and clanking in the middle of the night and stuff. And, just other experiences I've had. So can actually prove that I was standing on the Pacific. No, but it damn sure feels like it. The memory is just so crisp. And there are times, and I've done this check too, from an astral position, daytime or nighttime. Well, it's sort of dusk, which is what I remember because as it was getting dark that night, which it was like 11 o'clock by the time it got dark, uh, that um, there was this pre dawn or, sunset, long sunset thing. And so in my dream state, I see that 33%, 55%. And I'm at 442%. It's 4 hours and 27 minutes and 24 seconds into this. So, and I was going to get off of here, but anyway, you know me, I got that extra couple of hits as a 420 and I just kept kind of sliding along. It's just a word they use when societies know. If you, there's one thing that at this particular point in life, at 69 and a quarter, that from an honest to God hearing point of view, okay, I've been an audiophile since day one, listening to the Beatles on 45 RPM and the Rolling Stones. And, I had an album by the Jefferson Airplane, one pill makes you larger and the other makes you small. And the one that mother gives you doesn't do anything at all. Go ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall. And if you go chasing rabbits, I was listening to that in 1969, right? And people were like, who are these people? And I was already into the Jefferson Airplane, and before I knew it, I was a hippie, you know. I really loved the beatnik era. There was stuff that was like cool man, not so much into jazz, but it was that cool man, and sitting in a smoky bar, and it was like cool man, you know. But so and my late night bouts here with y'all and early morning stuff reminds me of the days when I used to go out, to certain bars and places, and we'd just sit, and there'd be this smoky room, and maybe there was music playing, and maybe there wasn't, but there was all, like a coffee house setting where people not so much as like, oh, my coffee, but I got my coffee here. Oh, and by the way, Bob, we love you, thank you. But we sit and have our coffee and chat, and commiserate or whatever we do, and sometimes we ate, or sometimes it's 9, or sometimes it's 4:20, or just the 20, or 4:30, 4 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah, this was going to be a short one tonight, right? Sure, Dave. But anyway, it's because I love you, and I really do like hanging out. And the thing is that over the many miles that we are separated, honestly do feel connection. And I hate to use the term. It's been an interesting social experiment, and I would rather say a social experience, because all y'all come out, we hang out. It's the middle of the night, and it says you're 15 of you out there, and even the robots want to pick on us. What a delight, and thank you for making them go away. But yeah, I made it, didn't I? Oh, shame on me. And it's y'all's fault. It is. It's y'all's fault. And it's the oddest thing that will trip certain stories in my head. And some of these, I've told the same story a few times, when listening. It's been 4 or 5 hours, and I might or have probably repeated myself. But there are some stories and life experiences that I hadn't thought about in a long time that come up from in stories. And they're stories in that their life experiences told into a story form. But I didn't make it up. There are a lot of times it's like I leave out some details. Uh, you too, Deborah. I didn't know you were still hanging out, but it's good to see you. And you have a great new year too. Honest engine, and cheers everybody. But to hang out, and in my shaman in training, one of the things is the understanding of this. God, I hate to use the term, but it's this developing of the psyche, right? And to it's a lesson to be able to hear your spirit guide. It's the next lesson to hear your angel and the spirit guide. It's next to be able to understand that, oh, there's someone that I know that's out there, and you literally have a connection with, like Barry and I sometimes, and Teresa and Michelle. There's many of you, several of you, Isby too, that I can throw in this group, and other people around me and other stuff. So, the experience of synchronicity with just in life, right? So where before it just seemed like, well, nothing, then, but when you stop and become that observer, and, I've realized in my this life previously, I was mad a lot and angry. And I've talked about this, and so glad 20 years ago I got out of that crap. It's been over 20 years now. And it's like giving up whiskey, giving up being angry, or as angry as I was. I have my moments still, but cheers to that. I've made 20 years. Officially, I've made 20 years at having control of my anger and that kind of thing, and disposition and all that. So, but I'm still learning, that's the part of the shaman in training. But with that though, so Now it's gotten down to little tiny nuances of things. But I'm always eager to be walking in a yard or doing something, or and to have my spirit guides or whatever throw down a word and say, here, let's talk about this. Okay. What about the new year? Well, Hawkeye, this is what we're going to do. I mean, these were my instructions. We're going to talk about positive things. We're going to give simple things to be able the people can relate to without a lot of complication or any kind of mantras or prayers or worshiping. Have a good year. You know, and take of it what you will, but with all the positive thought you can put with it. Have a good year. And let's keep it simple. Let's keep kindness in our hearts and in our minds. That came out of the cards. But it's also from my spirit guides and everybody upstairs. And it's been broadcast from many different peoples, as I've talked about. So I'm looking forward to it. We got a couple hours before it's official for us here. So I'm looking forward to it. And we're going to make of it what we will. So happy New Year, Deborah and David and uh, Barry, and always Michelle. Thank you. And I know there's some folks hiding in the background. Y'all ain't got to speak up. We love you. Now, to go just a little deeper from my training, okay, the fact that there are 15 of you here at 5 o'clock in the morning is like, that's very humbling to me, honestly. And so the fact that there is participation, that there is an active participation with us in the quantum, in the spirit realm, in the astral, in the psychic, whatever you want to call it, and that as we participate, each of you in your own way, we're still participating, right? And there's no arguments, there's no, I'm going to kill you, there's no hate mongering, you know what I mean? So that's all positive. And in this social experience, as there are times in my life where I'm like, I want to experiment with something. Like I still have all these tomato plants right outside that are thriving, and it's January 1, and I got flowers on my tomatoes. What without anyway. So so there are times when there are just you want to experiment with something. So um, when I first started doing YouTubes, I was like, well, what should I talk about? Right? Should I talk about current events? Should I talk about the news? So um, it was an experiment on my part to see what topic, if any, would work. Right? And then I went through in my own brain. It doesn't matter. I'm going to do these videos and I'm going to talk about stuff. Or then as my spirit, and then I got a visit from Mother Mary, and they were like, gave me more instructions. I was like, okay. Then my tone changed early on in this channel. So, but the fact that I have learned so much more since then, and for those of you who ever go back, you can see the progression. And also, I share with you as, you know, I can't be more honest. I really can't. I was like, there's nothing else to peel back or discuss. But when Mother Mary and them showed up here in the house that night, and that change took place, and then other experiences like out on the river and other things and stuff since then, that incident, um and my willingness to accept and receive, you know has been amazing. So this social experience I hope to continue, and that it will, in whatever way it does, that it will expand. And I think I mean more in the, it's not so much like more numbers on my channel, our channel, but that as we go in, as we're almost into this next year, that whatever this is between us will just get better, and in that way somehow grow. We'll get more used to each other. Maybe some of us connect better, and we actually have psychic links. Who knows? Honestly, but to think positively in that, in this social experience, why not experiment? Meaning simply, when we come here, we go, everybody's feeling good. We're spreading good energy. Folks come in and we cheer them up. And that should prove right there that we're making a difference. That should prove to each of us that our energies, our shared energies, are making a difference. So in our social experience, it actually is an experiment on when new people come in. Do we treat them? How do we treat them? How do we interact? And who was Zach, who was in here earlier, and somebody else that is new as far as being in the chat. And I know there might be some folks out there hiding in the background. It's okay. My point is, you still make a connection, even though you may not be in the chat, and that's okay. And that's my point. So um, I don't really want to say, well, so let's but in a way, I do want to say this this way. That's interesting. In 2022, the experiment would be, can we make it better in whatever way that means? All of us, when we gather together, is there somehow, some way that when we share our energy, that we feel like it's better? Hey, Zach. Oh, you do, and I was just talking about you, dude. I just mentioned your name, what, a minute ago? And you show back up. Oh, that's funny. But so, um, in a lot of ways, and because I have hung around with folks who were literally did experiments and who cleaned up water and stuff and all that, and you always had to set up a parameter. But anyway, so my brain has went off, many times since I first started this, going, had I actually like sat down and decide, was like to make an experiment, a social experiment on a social experience, okay? And I was like, if I set up the parameters and I set goals and I did an A and a B and a C and a D and I did an outline, and just to kind of just how would this structure be, right? And who would participate? What would be the subject for discussion? If this were an experiment on the social experience. So I have looked back over the years and thought, oh my God, this has kind of sort of been an experiment, not openly thinking it's okay, tonight is December 31st. Welcome everybody to 4 hours and 43 minutes into this at 4:59 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here in the United States. And you're riding with Hawkeye and friends. Zach's back at WXWX. Oh, strange sounds were coming from the sky. Yeah. There's a lot of folks that are saying look to the skies for a lot of different reasons, but yeah, I'm always outside looking up. That's like, for example, tonight, I mentioned it earlier, and since you mentioned it, uh, you know, and an easy description is, so if this is kind of sort of the Earth, kind of sort of round, all right. So this is the equator. This is up towards the North Pole, and I live somewhere in the middle here, right? So when I stand outside, and I normally on a normal time, Orion should be about this position to where I'm looking. Okay. So in the sky, I look up this way, right? From my point of view. Tonight, Orion was like up here. And so the only way that Orion can get up here, from my point of view, is if the planet has rolled south. Okay. So just letting you know that the Earth is doing some rocking and rolling. It would also explain why it's so damn hot down here. you know, on the last day of December, you know. But the weather's supposed to change in the next couple of days, so I got some firewood split and piled up there out there and covered up with a tarp. So if it does rain, I live in Southwest Georgia. I live north of Tallahassee. If you know where Tallahassee, Florida is, I'm about 50 miles straight north, out there in the woods. Yes, it's one of the reasons. The Mother Earth is expanding. They will not tell you that. They will not discuss it. No, it ain't. The plates are going under one another and all this stuff. Listen, they go. You have to understand that Turtle Island, Pangea, the Earth was smaller in diameter, it rotated faster, um, and it has been expanding ever since it was born. Okay. And the cracks are the molten lava and stuff. Oh, one plate's going under another. Yeah, okay. But there are those scientists over the few years who have believe in the expanding Earth theory, but then at the same time they will go, oh well, the Pacific plate's going under this plate. Well, if it's going under one, how's it's not expanding, right? So earthquakes and things and the volcanoes and the stuff going off. And somebody was talking, not necessarily here, but somewhere recently, I was watching the chat and kind of, just lurking, see what folks was talking about. But they were like, oh, Atlantis is down in the, well, in the Bahamas. Well, here's something about Atlantis. There's actually, Atlantis may have been actually over there. Is it? Oh man, where the big volcanoes going off the coast of Africa, over there. That because of what Homer said and what the Greeks and some of the older folks that were writing, they could see Atlantis from the Gates of Hercules, which is the Straits of Gibraltar, and which would put it off the coast of Africa, and those islands that are there and all that kind of stuff. There, that their Atlantis was actually there, closer to the Mediterranean than down here in the Bahamas. But what's down here in the Bahamas may not be Atlantean. It may be related, but like Lemurian or something else, but not Atlantean. So there's a lot of evidence that the true Atlantis, as it was described to the Greeks and so forth, it, that's not the Azor. It's La Palma, right? Half false. Uh, But the rocking and rolling is because there's a lot of molten lava going under the uh, um, magma. Excuse me, it's not lava till it hits the surface. But anyway, and our Earth has been wobbling, but there are other things in the universe when we line up with the sun in certain ways and line up with different planets. They all do have an effect on us and on the planet. But when, folks are like, um, I know I've been talking about Earth wobble for a long time, and there are folks that just literally thought I was nuts. But my observations tell me that yep, we sometimes we wobble heavier one month than we do another. So where the position of the moon is during the position of our wobble Also, so if we're trying to wobble south and the moon's heading up this way, it has a tendency to want to do this kind of thing. If this were the moon and the gravitational pull, and this is the Earth, so the moon comes up and it's down low in the sky, and so it would have the tendency to want to pull the Earth towards it. Okay, so but as it pulls the Earth towards it, the moon is on a swing pattern and it starts back up to where this last full moon, I talked about it. I said, I seen the moon come up over here in my bay windows. That is not supposed to happen ever, never, because through my bay windows is north northwest. I mean, northeast, excuse me. But the moon came up through that window over there. And I'm like, this just ain't right. Yeah, it ain't. But that's okay. It is what it is. But um, so there are several places around my property, over up the hill a little ways. I put out a couple of stakes, three of them in a row. So the simple way to make observations, if you want to, so I wanted a due east. Um, so if and I used my compass to make sure. So I put three stakes in the ground that are due east, so I could sight on one this direction. So, but if I go to the other side of it, I can sight due west. Okay. So, and it's just three little stakes in the ground. But they're always there. So anytime I want to see where something is and where due east is by the compass, I go out to those three stakes and I take a sighting, which is what, the old map making and so forth, and tracking and map reading and Boy Scout kind of thing, right? So, you pick 3 points and you get a set point. So, but anyway, so I know where due east is. My driveway is due east. It says so on my property description, where the property line is. So, but so from these Earth observations of where I live and where I stand, to look at the stars and watch the moon and see that, you know, uh, 2 weeks ago, Orion was way down in the sky. It was it was barely sticking up above the trees. And now I have to go outside and look up, and Orion's overhead. Something's moving, and it's got to be us, you know. Um, is it slinging us around a lot? Yeah. Now they're Nancy Leader and folks and talking about the Earth was going to flip upside down and all this kind of thing. And when I first heard that many years ago, I was like, no, that's interesting. And my observations of the skies on my own to prove or disprove, is the earth wobbling? What's going on? So, my observations are over a long period. And having a passive solar house, it's like a sundial. And so at certain times of the day, the sun, it comes in certain windows and then disappears. It's a sundial all in itself. So my observations, yeah, it definitely wobbled. Yeah, yeah, big love. Happy to. I heard we only feel the earth spin after too many drinks. Yeah, maybe. Um, but here's the thing. I've lived here on this property now officially 40 years. And I've been watching the sky from here for a long time. And I could always tell where Orion was coming up. And it was consistent because this time of year, being a Libra and watching Pleiades come up over the horizon and everything, I have been watching uh, the fall celestial stars longer than 40 years, since I was a child. And so now, back then, it it always came up where it was supposed to. It wasn't over here, and then it wasn't over there, and then it wasn't above over here, and then it was same thing with the moon. The moon used to take, uh, let's see, I think it was 7 years down. It was like a 14-year cycle. So here's the Earth. Now the moon is, we're going to say, is, right about here with the Earth. Okay. And for a whole year, it travels in this same plane. Now, the next year, it will move up a couple of degrees. And for that whole year, it'll travel in this plane. In the next year, it'll travel up a couple of degrees and it will travel across here. And in the 7 years up and then 7 years back to the low spot, so I guess it'd be 3.5 years, right? For go up and down. But anyway, so for 3 years it goes up and then it travels back down, and then 3 years it goes south, and then it comes back up to the median. Now, within a month's time, it travels that. Within 1 month, the moon will be, looking at it from my perspective from here, the moon will be down here in the southern sky, right? And then by full moon, normally it's like way the heck up here in 1 month. So it makes this whole journey, which used to take years, is now done almost every month with consistency, you know. So is the earth wobbling? Yeah. But the moon is doing this pull every month, and it didn't used to do it. I used to be able to go out every single night and be able to look and say the moon will be right there and be just that far off, And then the next night it'd be right here, and then the next night for a year, and then the next year, and the moon would be a little high. Now, like I say, a couple of months back, I noticed that it took 6 weeks for it to make the travel from all the way low in the sky to all the way high in the sky. And it's usually higher at full moon straight overhead, although it has fluctuated. But so with the moon going up and down, that means the oceans are doing its thing and tides, but that means what's under the ground, the magma, is also being moved by the centrifugal force and gravitational and all that kind of thing. So why is the Earth wobbling? There you go. And with the moon swinging in its orbit like it didn't used to, well, wait, it used to take, 7 years to go from here to the top of the stroke all the way to the bottom of the stroke. Learned this in astronomy back in the 60s and 70s, and it is not like that now. So I've often wondered, and I've talked about it in previous videos years ago, is like, what's up with the moon, right? Setting in weird places on my property that it's like it almost set due south one time. I was like, what the hell? So the moon's wobbling, and that's causing the earth to wobble. And between the two of them, we're just having this back and forth little thing, right? So at this particular observation with Orion so far high in the sky, which means from my position, the Earth has rolled south, it's extremely warm right now. But Monday, the cold starts to reach us. It's going to hit some of them folks like, Barry in tomorrow or the next day, which it'll be Monday or Tuesday for us, but, down here in Southwest Georgia. But I want to see where Orion is as the cold weather comes in. Where is the moon? Is it overhead or has it moved down towards the south? And what is Mother Earth's reaction? Does Orion stay overhead, or does Orion come up more towards the south? So, but that's what I've been observing, these last few years, for quite a few years. But these last 2 years, the wobble and the swing with the moon is greater than it has at any time in my observations in these last 40 years on this property. And I can't. I've been watching these constellations longer than that, but I didn't have I didn't have a constant um, observational point to go, oh, I'm standing here and there's Orion. I'm standing here a week later and there's Orion. I didn't have that. And honestly, didn't think to look. But over the years of being here, of always being able to look over there and see in a constellation, or look over here and see it, because I've been a stargazer forever. So, but then when it started showing up in weird places, like years ago when there were folks up on the Arctic Circle and some of the Eskimos, and there's some old YouTube videos about it when the the Alaskan natives were, the elders were going, the sun's coming up in the wrong spot. It's in the wrong place. And many of us have observed that. And they don't talk about that anymore. But the Eskimos still say the sun comes up at the wrong place. But but my observations say that's because the earth is doing this rocking motion. And in whatever pendulum kind of rocking motion, and the moon's involved. Plus, we're getting all these magnetic waves and everything, literally from the sun and from you know, the galactic center. And, there are all the monitors and all the satellites that are monitoring this stuff. And there are times we're really getting hammered with a lot of electromechanical kind of stuff. And oh, by the way, if you haven't checked the Schumann lately, a week or so ago, I discussed it since I'm here at 5 hours and 1 minute into this, where I said, we weren't getting so many spikes this way on the chart, but there were some really strong waves um, horizontally versus vertically. And so I checked it earlier today just to see what was going on. And those same lines all the way across. There are days when the bottom one is a lot stronger, but the same frequency all the way across, and it didn't used to be there. And then it showed up really light in the background. I've talked about these frequencies in the background on the Schumann, showing up on the Schumann now for several years. And now, but within these last couple of months, those lines that are going, horizontal on the Schumann chart have gotten much stronger, and they're very constant. They fluctuate a little bit in color, but they used to just disappear and then come back. Now they're constant. The bottom one at 30 something, whatever frequency that is, or resonance, or, it comes and goes more. It's I don't know. I guess it would be the higher frequency, where the normal frequency is like 7.8. This is down in 35. Okay. So, and the fact that the earth is resonating that, where's that coming from? Right. It is from the cosmic rays exciting up the earth and the core. And the core is not what we think it is or what they've tried to explain to us. But um, there's more evidence that we don't have this solid core thing, blah, 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 that it actually is hollow, simply because the earth is expanding and it has created a hollow. Um, and yeah, there's sort of like a sun kind of thing in the middle of it, but that it ain't like we think. So, but anyway, um, but a lot of scientists won't talk about expanding Earth, and they always talk about the subductions and the this ones and the thingies and the move. Well, there is some of that, but when you understand that the Earth is expanding because of all these energies in the Earth, it's showing up on the Schumann. And back in the day, they still do. They do an experiment where, like, it used to be that I think it was Ella Fitzgerald that hit a high note. It's oh man, it's 5:20 here crap, sun's coming up. Maybe I can just stay up and just haul ass to town you know, as soon as I can. Uh, I think I'm a lot higher than someone should be. Yeah, me too. And it's all your fault. But um, where they send a sound wave of a particular frequency, it's sort of like the old Chinese water torture where they would set, where they put a drop of water that would just hit constantly, 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 and that it would drive you nuts and would just wear a hole in your head. Well, there are places with soft rock waterfalls and things that literally carve right into the rock and features and stuff. So, um, but with that thought in mind, um, things being carved out, drink some coffee. Yeah. Oh, one more. Yeah, there's nothing in here to do one more with. I'd have to find a source of refill. But I have I found a small piece that someone had given me, golly, who knows, 6, 7, 8 months ago, and tain't much, but it was enough to have a couple of bowls. Is it 4:20 now? It is, ain't it? Okay, I'm gonna be a minute. I'm gonna be 2 minutes late. El Rocho. Ay, 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 ay. Donde escap mosquitoes? My fritos, tostitos are all gone to hell. It rained today and they all went so stale. Ay, 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 ay. My tostitos are soft and floppy. It's 5:20 here. You're in the null zone. With Hawkeye Two Feathers. You're on the null zone here at 5:20, whatever time it is, on 12/31 of 2021. And this bowl's for you, El Rocho. El Rojo. And, something about red eyes, anyway. I have some very, very wonderful Mexican friends. My friend Serge that died this last year, he, it, well, both of his ex-wives were Mexican. The latter was much nicer than the first one, but still learned, to speak a little bit of conversational, and I could understand it better than I could speak it, you know, because there are things that I always want to say it in American, and it ain't necessarily like that. Like I I I went to the store and it might be the El Storo something, and it'd be much different than I would. In some ways it was almost backwards, and for me it made me feel like I was dyslexic. But And growing up in Tampa, there's all them Cubans and Spanish side of town, Spanish Park and West Tampa, and down there, um, in Ybor City, as we called it back in the day, Ybor City, Ybor. But way back in the day, man, the Spanish Park restaurant down there, the meals were just, oh my god, and Spanish bean soup, garbanzo beans, and sausage and little pieces of potato. Oh my god. Died and gone to heaven with a real that they served this huge bowl of our Spanish bean soup and like a half of a Cuban sandwich for like $2, and you got tea. $2 for lunch. Oh man, people would go into the on the Spanish Park was had a restaurant, but then down on the corner it was just sort of open cafe. So they had a couple little tables and a little thing, not much, but you just go up and get your bowl and take it with you or whatever, or eat it, sit on the sidewalk, whatever it was. But man, talk about good eating. At least once a week, I used to go down there and eat at Spanish Park. Not only was they damn good Cubans, but it was damn good, you know, Spanish bean soup, garbanzo beans with the right, just the right color, yellow, and with the little pieces of potato just right. And they weren't, the potatoes weren't so squashy that, they were mushy, but they were still firm. I mean, oh my God, the soup going to be one of those nights if I look bad on Wayne tomorrow. Cheech and Chong, absolutely. Saying it is backwards often, but I'm trying. I'm picking up Mexican hash later. Huckleberry, Huckleberry Hound. Hey, if y'all remember that cartoon show, I haven't seen. I've looked through a lot of cartoons, and there are some of them that Huckleberry Hound, and that was and his little buddy, hey, Bubba Louie, is that right? Is that right? That wasn't that him? Anyway, Huckleberry Hound. No, that was the horse, wasn't it? But anyway, yeah, some of the early Cheech and Chongs, if you see them for the first time, they're still funny, you know. And for for me, us hippies back in the day when they did Up in Smoke and all that good stuff, and the one with Stacy Keach and when he turns into a lizard, I can't remember which one that is, but oh my God, I'm sorry. Is it crazy? Yeah. Is it funny? Yeah. Is it a stoner movie? Yeah. But I'm sorry, it's still funny. Whether you like weed or not, it's still funny. But anyway, so dear friends, God, we got to it's 5:20 now. I can officially do this. It's official. So, I was the class clown back in the day, and here I am at 69 and a quarter. you know, Maybe I should make that a rule. I have to say it once an hour or some shit. Personal joke, but if you giggle, I'm giggling all over. I'm gonna giggle all over again, till the night rushes in, till the night rushes in. Smoke with me, toke with me, baby, till the night rushes in. Actually, it'll be the sunrise. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, It seems like years since it's been clear. Here comes the sun. Doo 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 doo. Here comes the sun. And I say, it's all right. Sun, sun, sun. Sing along. Here they come. Three-part harmony. Sun, sun, sun. Here they come. I laughed at driving so hard I fell out my car. Oh, when he turned into a lizard. Okay, I'm catching up with y'all. But it was, I still, you know, I've been a fan of Stacy Keach for a while. When he did that, I can't remember Marlowe detective kind of thing. I don't think it was Marlowe, but anyway, I thought I thought I really liked watching him, and a really good old detective type. Not necessarily a Columbo, but sort of. Almost, Rockford Files was kind of sort of in that genre, but in watching the old black and white movies back when I was growing up, there was all these, the gumshoe, and all this kind of stuff. Okay, kappas and that kind of thing. A sledgehammer, yeah. But is that who it was with Sledgehammer? But anyway, but to the point though, uh, a good old time, sure enough, detective, gumshoe story. It especially if it's done well, um, and you gotta have the sexy secretary. She don't gotta be sexy, but she gotta talk it. You know what I mean? She gotta be able to talk sexy. She gotta be able to go, oh, say you look so nice today. Oh, I love it when you say that. And that tie looks perfectly with your purple hair. you know, Keach was Sledgehammer. I thought there was another name. Or maybe I'm thinking of another character, but anyway, Sledgehammer. Now, see, Pearl, that's great because I would have never remembered that name. I just never would have remembered that name. I can remember in the role, but I would have never got that part of, that was his name. Not one bit, not one iota. Do you hear me? Not one iota. My eye or your ota. Don't care. I'm gonna be so stoned it'll be Monday before I could drive to town. If I keep this up with you crazy people. Yeah, I could just go by and hit the end stream, but uh I honestly, as this social experience slash experiment that ain't really an experiment, but that it's just odd to observe and go, there are times when I just had literally I have a ball hanging out with y'all. And I know I'd be crazy and talking shit, and y'all put up with me. And I just, when I get off here, I just look up and say, "Thank you, Jesus," for the for the contact, for the for the commiseration. No, that ain't what I really mean. But at times, you know, but for the community share and for the, just being here, y'all, and so many times I'll be outside walking with the dog or something, and I'll just, be thinking I'll be doing my daily prayer thingy, which is like a constant thing. And but I'll also, you know, my spirit guide will say, so you have all these people that you think about and pray for and hang out with. How do you feel about that, Hawkeye? And I go, I'm proud and humbled that I know each and every one of you in the way that I do. And so coming into this next year, I'm looking forward to continuing our discussions and hangouts and sharing whatever it is that we share. And, you know, um, I was obsessed with all cop shows as a kid. It was only certain cop shows that got my attention. For some reason, I really liked watching Rockford Files. I always liked uh, Jim. Crap. He also played Maverick too back in the day. James Garner. I really liked him as an actor, and and the guy that played his dad, James Garner in Rockford Files, in the little uh, mobile home on the beach kind of thing. Oh, with Tom Selleck, Magnum. I was at one time. There was a time when oh when Cheech was playing with what's his name in Miami Vice. Is that what it was? Like the original Miami Vice? Am I getting that right? And I can't think of the other guy's name, but you all know who I'm talking about. Uh, yeah, Barney Miller was fun to watch, and I did watch Cagney and Lacey too. Um, Don Johnson, thank you very much. Yep, yep, yep. Miami Vice. That it was just a different beat, you know. And the original Hawaii Five O, there was just something about it too. But oh, thank you, Zach. Yes, Hill Street Blues. The guy was always be careful out there or whatever it was. And the crazy guy that used to do the funky stuff, he always got the weird jobs and was the bum. Some absolutely great acting by that guy. Some great character acting in that in Hill Street Blues, and and some good script writing. There were some shows that were like, but then there were some that was like really, into it. Uh, be careful out there. Yeah, is that yeah? I'm remembering that right? Be careful out there. And the different people, I can still see some of their faces, and there's a couple of I can still remember traces of the show of a particular show or episode, but I couldn't tell you about it, just that I could remember parts of it. But anyway, so it is time to go to bed. uh it's been wonderful. It's been wonderful to be here. Wonderful. you know I'd like to take you home with us. I'd like to take you home. Well, I really do like the show. Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. It's lovely to be here. The- I'd like to take you home with us. I'd like to take you home. Well, I really do like the show. Dun 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 dun. Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. So we're in the null zone, null and void, between time zones and between one day and a year. So if I don't see you sooner, I'll see you next year. Beatles, yeah, Liverpool rocks, cool people. Yeah, love to have these reminiscences, remin, rememberings, whatever that is, right? Because they're, now I look at some of the current TV and I'm just like, it's hard to find a show that I actually find funny. I mean, it's like Bob Newhart, for example. God, to have a Bob Newhart show kind of thing that was funny and had characters and development and and was humor, but but now some of this humor is just like I just, it's not funny like it used to be. I don't guffaw, I look for something that's going to make me almost pee my britches. So, but anyway, in this next year, anything is possible. And if ET comes and flies overhead and waves at us, ain't that gonna be some shit? Just saying. And if it don't happen, it's just another new year. And I've had 69 and a quarter of, or at least 69 of them anyway. But here we go into a new era. 2022, whatever those numbers mean. Eh, may it be good luck. My neighbors may worry. Hey, earlier tonight, somebody was actually shooting off fireworks. Last year, the neighbor over here shot fireworks off, and I'm sorry, it was at 4th of July. There were neighbors that were just down the road just a little bit that's higher up on the hill. They were shooting off fireworks. I mean, I was like, man, the whole neighborhood was shooting them off at the same time, but at different places, and they didn't even know it. And I was standing between them, like, man, this is cool. I didn't have to buy none. So me and Duggar went up on the hill and watched from two directions. It was really great. So if anybody has any fireworks this year that for New Year's, we'll just go out there up on the hill and watch the festivities. But anyway, nightmares at VT probe, and they don't use a finger, dude. I'm sorry, I've been probed with a finger from the proctologist. For your that old prostate exam. But no. What I remember when I was a young child, I would wake up in the middle of the night with my arms like this and looking out the window, and there'd be Pleiades there in the sky. And I always wondered for many years why those times that I woke up, which would have been in the fall, that there'd be this little cup looking thing up there long before I knew it was Pleiades. And then I became a Boy Scout and we studied the stars. And then I actually took actual college courses in astronomy and was big into telescopes and all that. And then I had a severe head injury and had to drop out of college and ended up moving to Georgia. But I've still watched the skies ever since then, and still do. So I've got various types of telescopes and stands and things. So, but the best observation, you can zoom in on something and do all that. That's cool, but to just be able to see them, you know, and where they are in the sky, and which stars are which in a constellation, and which one's over here, and which one's that, and which one is this one. Just for me, just remembering all of them, and then trying to learn new ones. Still, after all these years, is like it's still fun. And all you got to do is just go out and look at the stars. And of course, clouds and lights and all that do affect your viewing, but do the best you can. But good night, good morning. Be safe, Michelle. Thank you for being here and doing the zapping. The old zapper girl. Yeah. Uh, Back in the 30s or 20s, it would have been the flapper girl. Anyway, the dancing, flapping. No, never mind. Uh, okay, I've had enough. All right, it's 5:43 or something a.m. in the morning time, and we had you. I have been in the null zone for 5.5 hours now. So may you all rest and have a great day. And I will probably see you next year. If y'all hanging out and whatever. And in a few hours, as the clock turns around, we'll hang out some more. So y'all be safe. Make some coffee. I got to go to town and take care of business. And we'll see you on the flip side. So I love you all. And remember, I've already said prayers 2 hours ago, but I will continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And keep it simple, right? Um, have a good year and keep kindness in your heart and in your mind. So until next time, cheers, everybody. TTFN from South Georgia. And y'all be sweet and be safe. Next year, can you believe it? Honest to God, it'll be another year in just a few hours. Bye, y'all.